Dobyns-Bennett football on ESPN Tri-Cities is brought to you by Appalachian Orthopedics, Action Rentals, Center Street Wealth Management, East 10 Rentals, ETSU, Hamlet Dobson Funeral Homes, Holston Medical Group, Italian Village, Jeff's Pipe and Muffler, Citizens Bank, Wallace Volkswagen of Bristol, Jenkins Insurance, Max Medicine Mart, Music Doctors, Nards Automotive, Select 7 Credit Union, Spivey Keen Spivey, the Regional Eye Center, Valley View Animal Clinic, Wallace Nissan, and by McGriff Insurance. Now your host for Dobyns-Bennett football on ESPN Tri-Cities, sideline reporter Michael Holtz, and in the booth, Todd Freeman and Steve Wilman.
And a very pleasant good Friday evening in football fans. Welcome to J. Fred Johnson Stadium tonight. It's the first round of the 2022 Class 6A playoffs as Bearden out of Knoxville, Tennessee comes to Kingsport to challenge Kingsport Dobyns-Bennett. Bearden, the third seed out of Region 2 6A. Meanwhile, Dobyns-Bennett, runners-up in the Big East Conference, and the second seed out of Region 1 6A here tonight. 4 teams from each region advance. The winners from tonight will move on to the second round next Friday night. Lots to get to here on the Coach Joey Christian pregame reports. We'll have a look at each team's respective season. We'll look at the head coaches from both sides. We'll have the starting lineups. We'll have a conversation with your head coach, Joey Christian, and more as we continue here. This is Dobyns-Bennett Indian football. We're back in 2 minutes on your voice of the Indians, ESPN Tri-Cities.
The doctors at Appalachian Orthopedics know that unexpected injuries happen, and they are committed to keeping athletes and fans in the game. From Monday to Saturday, patients with acute orthopedic injuries can simply walk into their orthopedic urgent care for same-day treatment. No appointment necessary. See Appalachian Orthopedics' dedicated team at the Bristol Midway and Johnson City locations for specialized care you can trust. Learn more at AppalachianOrthopedics.com.
Center Street Wealth Management Group has been built around a deep respect for planning. Our commitment is to help you plan effectively, invest wisely, and map a realistic course to your future. Call Senior Financial Advisor Jeff Bedford, Tim Colvin, Greg Taylor, or Natalie Wells at 423-765-1000. We proudly support the Dobyns-Bennett football team. Roll Tribe.
Investment products and services are offered through Wells Fargo Advisors Financial Network, LLC, member SIPC. Center Street Wealth Management Group is a separate entity of Wells Fargo Advisors Financial Network. Since 1962, East 10 Rentals has taken care of your equipment needs, from big contractor jobs to home improvements. The highly qualified staff at East 10 Rentals can get you the right equipment and tools you need to complete any job. Your Bobcat, Steel, and Gravely dealer. Rent it or buy it. East 10 Rentals. Come see us today in Johnson City. East 10 Rentals. What you need when you need it.
East Tennessee State University provides personalized, innovative, and hands-on learning opportunities. At ETSU, your education is more than just textbooks and lectures. The world is your classroom thanks to experiential learning opportunities filled with real-world value. Students and alumni have earned prestigious internships and jobs at Disney, Google, and Hollywood blockbuster companies, helping you go from enrolled to employed. That's the ETSU Edge. Join us at etsu.edu/edge.
Now back to Ingalls High School football on ESPN Tri-Cities.
And welcome back to J. Fred Johnson Stadium. Steve Wilmoth here alongside my friend Todd Freeman in the booth. Todd, welcome in. It's playoff time, man. It's a whole different season now.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. I mean, it's a great weather for round one. Here we are in the middle of November, and I mean, it feels like almost a summer day. But yeah, it's everything you've done now, you've got to kind of forget about, and it's basically game one in the postseason, and it's win or go home, and this is what you've been playing all year for.
Michael Holt, welcome in, my friend, down on the sideline. Give us a feel of the pregame activities.
Focused would be the short answer, guys. As we used to say when I played, this is money time. This is that time of year where it just means a little bit more, quite obviously, because, it could come Monday and there's no practice. And that's a feeling that nobody wants. So I think if I could describe it in one word down here right now, it would be extremely focused.
This is the 25th meeting between Dobyns-Bennett and Bearden, dating back to October 21st, 1955. Dobyns-Bennett leads the series 20-4. Dobyns-Bennett won the first 13 meetings, so since then it's 7-4 in the last 11 encounters. The most recent Bearden victory was a 33-30 win here in Kingsport. Remember that night That was the night the son of the artful Dodger artfully dodged to Dobyns-Bennett secondary and caught a late touchdown pass. Conrad Holloway as Bearden beat Dobyns-Bennett that night.
A long time ago.
4 years ago.
Well, it was. It was 4 years ago, but it seemed like a lifetime ago, Steve. But you talk about it and you talk about being 4 years ago, and we'll get more into it. That means that these kids on these teams haven't faced each other.
Nope. It's a 6th playoff meeting between the Dogs and the Indians, with Dobyns-Bennett winning 4 of the 5, including all 3 previously in the first round. Bearden won here in overtime. The Devon Young year returned to kickoff against Dobyns-Bennett. That was in 2010. That was Bearden's last foray in the quarterfinal round, was 2010. And Dobyns-Bennett, its 39th playoff appearance, a 34-38 overall record, semifinal appearances in 1976, 1998, 2000, 2002. Bearden, 23 playoff appearances for the Bulldogs, and they advanced to the semifinals back in 2007 and the quarterfinals in 1995 and 2010. So a little bit of playoff history. These teams have met quite a bit in playoffs in recent years.
Yeah, they have, and of course, you being in the Big East, you played them every year when they had that conference, and so yeah, I mean the teams now have a history. It's just the question is do these student athletes that's on the field today know that history?
Yep. Bearden does come in 6-4 overall. Do not be deceived by that mark. Bearden's losses have come to Knox West, 27-7. Knox West 10-0, number 1 team in Class 5A, arguably, at least in the public school classification, maybe the best football team in the state. Bearden also lost to Maryville 28-7, a game that some things that happened to Bearden that game that would have made the game a little bit closer. Of course, Maryville winning Region 2 6A. They're the number 1 seed again. Bearden also losing at Anderson County 35-28. Anderson County 10-0. One of the top teams in Class 4A, maybe a team that will be looked upon potentially winning the Class 4A state championship. And then last week, losing a tight one to Farragut 28-21. So Bearden has 4 losses. Those teams start a 34-6 combined record. They also have a win over Oak Ridge, 14-10, a team that Dobyns-Bennett beat just 2 weeks ago, 21-12.
Yeah, so, I mean, this is a good football team, and it is, like you said, Steve, is arguably, knowing some of the other schedules, they might have played the hardest schedule in 6A. So this is a team that has been tested this year. They understand what big games are, and it's going to be interesting to see what they bring on the field.
Yeah, Michael, conversely, Dobyns-Bennett 8-2. It's 2 losses by a combined 3 points to Greenville, who is the number 1 ranked team in Class 4A by 1 point here. And then last week, that 2-point loss to Science Hill. Michael's a former coach. A loss like that last week, how do you get your team over a loss to your rival like that, bounce back and get ready to play a big playoff game here this week?
In my opinion, guys, I think you be as normal as you possibly can. You do the exact same things that have gotten you to this point. You certainly don't turn around and show your kids that you're panicking or that you feel like something's wrong at this point. You have confidence in what you're doing, and you keep doing that exact thing and have the kids follow your lead.
Should be an interesting playoff game here tonight. Lots more to get to on the pregame report. We'll go ahead and step aside for a timeout. We want to hear from Dobyns-Bennett coach Joey Christian on the other side. He'll address some of these things, talk about some of the matchups regarding Dobyns-Bennett and Bearden, what Dobyns-Bennett fans can expect to see from the Bulldogs. And on the backside of that, some injury situations and some sickness situations tonight for the Tribe as well. We'll take that 2-minute timeout. We'll come back and hear from Coach Joey Christian in 2 minutes. This is Dobyns-Bennett Indian Football on ESPN Tri-Cities, as well as the NFHS Network and video stream delayed broadcast on YouTube. We're back on ESPN Tri-Cities.
I'm Bob Childers with Hamlet Dobson Funeral Homes. When high school football began in this community, back in 1921, the game was played a little different. Not required their headgear and sometimes used a single wing formation in addition to the basic T formation that is used today. In 1921, Hamlet Dobson was providing quality service to local families. rules of that game will never change. Hamlet Dobson Funeral Homes, family owned and operated since 1916.
Life can be a lot sometimes, but at Holston Medical Group, our primary care providers are here through it all, whether it be a routine checkup or something unexpected. Because at HMG, we're here for you through every stage of life with the best primary care and support, whether it's you or the people you love most. Choose HMG, your health partner for life. Now accepting new patients. Call 877-464-1213.
Whether you're looking for more pulling power or you simply want to blow the competition away, come to Jeff's Pipe and Muffler in Kingsport. Jeff's Pipe and Muffler specializes in custom exhaust systems, Flowmaster, Joule exhaust, MagnaFlow exhaust, manifolds, oil changes and brakes, and automotive repair. To unleash your engine's beast, come to Jeff's Pipe and Muffler. No appointment needed. We can hear you coming. That's Jeff's Pipe and Muffler, 817 East Sullivan Street, Kingsport. Open Monday through Friday, 7:30 to 5:30.
Dobyns-Bennett High School game coverage is brought to you by Citizens Bank, a local community bank focused on the success of the areas they serve. Whether it's managing household finances, purchasing a home, or obtaining resources for your business, Citizens Bank has experts ready to provide a helping hand. Find out more about the Citizens Bank Local Advantage by visiting citizensbank24.com today. Bank your own way. Citizens Bank, Equal Housing Lender member FDIC.
Now back to Ingalls High School football on ESPN Tri-Cities.
Back here at J. Fred Johnson Stadium before tonight's Class 6A playoffs first round with head coach Joey Christian. Coach, tell you what, one would be hard-pressed to believe this isn't the first game of the season instead of the first game of the playoffs with this weather we've got in Kingsport this week.
Beautiful out here, ain't it? A little bit of warmth to it. Shoot, I've been sweating like crazy out here. So I don't know if it seemed like maybe Tennessee High was maybe a little, it's warmer than this probably, but not a whole lot warmer. You're right. It's a beautiful day in Kingsport. It's a beautiful day for this Indian team to start the 2022 playoffs.
That's one of these games where you're coming off a very tough loss last week over in Johnson City, but the fact that it is the playoffs, it's a do-or-die situation, I think that gets these kids' attention quickly and gets them focused, not what happened last week, but what's got to happen tonight.
Listen, we've had a great week of practice. Our kids have, they've responded well, came out every day with a workmanlike attitude that certainly we want and would expect. They've prepared well, on the field and watching film and things like that. So I'm so pleased where they are mentally with that and the preparations of that, and expect a great night tonight for the Indians.
Of course, Bearden coming in with a brand new head coach. Their former coach is now the athletic director, but a guy that you've known for several years comes in, spent a lot of time at Fulton's 8th grade. Was the offensive coordinator the last 3 years at Powell, so you know what he can do with good players.
Yep.
And he's got good players here at Bearden doing a nice job.
Yeah, he does. They really do. They really do a very good job. Like you said, it all starts with players. The coaching's so overrated anyway. But they do. They've got just a wealth of talent at the wide receiver position, at the running back position. Two running backs that really kind of mirror each other in what they look like in Ironside and Brown. Both run it hard. Remind me of the Hunley kid from Oak Ridge, size, speed-wise, that the way their makeup. And then their offensive line, is big and physical. I think they do a very good job. Probably, they're probably the second, maybe the second most physical offensive line that we've seen up till now. So our defense has got they got a tremendous task ahead of them. We've got to be able to stop the run. We got to be able to get them in some. Passing in some obvious passing situations, and maybe help us in that regard instead of them passing when they want to.
Speaking of passing, they've turned their offense over to a sophomore, Drew Parrott. Got some time as a freshman last year, and coach came in. First thing he did was turn the whole thing over to a sophomore quarterback, and he's a guy that can run and throw it. He knows the game. He's just an athlete because he grew up in a family that is an athletic family.
Yep.
His father's a basketball coach at Bearden. We know well. And so it's going to be a tough ask tonight to contain a quarterback that can really throw it and get on the edge and do some things with his feet.
Yeah, I think we got to confuse him in some way. He does a really good job when he knows the coverage, and and the concept that they're running and where he wants to go with the ball. Hopefully we can confuse him and get him into some bad throws. But it seems like of late he's really protected the ball a lot better and not put the ball in peril. And what he's done when he's unsure, then he just starts using them feet and lets those make the plays for him. And I think last year in track, if I'm not mistaken, he was like at one track meet he was clocked in like an 11.3, 11.4, something like that, which is that's pretty good. That'd be real good for us. That would put him probably the fastest on our track. So he's a kid that can, like you said, can make plays with his legs and athleticism dripping all over him for sure.
Defensively, I mean, they've played some really good football teams. Yeah. Anderson County unbeaten in Class 4A. Knox West, arguably the best football team in the state, bar any classification. And those two football teams didn't really light up the scoreboard against this Bearden defense. And so they've played some really tough teams and held the offenses to where the game was certainly manageable for them. So looking at the score that we had against Oak Ridge at 22-13, what they had with 14-10, you got to believe it may be a game that's going to come down to kind of some scoring in that range with the way they play defense.
Well, I mean, it better for us. I don't know. Like you said, there's not been anybody score a ton of points against them. Some of the scores that they have had, if you looked at you say, well, Maryville scored 28 against them. Well, there was a big 14-point swing in there. Maryville got a goal line stand, stopped them on the 1 yard line. 2 plays later, Vaughn takes it 99 yards for a touchdown. So in 2 plays, it turned, there was a 99-yard, 14-point swing right there in that game. And they also fumbled inside the red zone once backed up. They fumbled backed up and Maryville had a short field on it. So that's, 14 points that that's 21 points could have swung in that game. So, their defense they're so good, Steve. I'm telling you, their linebacking core is probably the best overall linebacking core we've had. And I'm not saying they're the best linebacker we've seen, but, Little, Nicod, and Chesney, they do a really good job. 3 seniors in there, kind of cookie cutters of each other. They're in that 6', 6'1" mold, in that 200, 205 mold. They're big, physical, fast linebackers. They really play with an edge. I love the way that they play.
They kind of play, as you mentioned the other night, a version of the old 3-3 stack. They may morph out of it a little bit. They'll start that, and then they'll give you a different look at the last minute. But a defense that you don't see a whole lot. So what's it like been trying to get your guys to recognize what they're going to do?
Well, we've had to go back and review some of that. We don't prep for that defense a whole lot, but we did prep for it against Westridge earlier in the year. So we had to go back and review some rules of that. Even though they are a stacks team, they don't run stacks a lot. Like you said, they're typically going to end up in a 3 down with an overhang player and two inside 30 backers. So that we've seen and some things like that. We've got to be able to create some matchups, and some mismatches there, and maybe get their guys' eyes in the wrong places and some things like that. Coach Thacker's I think he's done an unbelievable job of that all year against most opponents. And so, those are, once again, those are things that's going to be very important tonight is can we get them looking where they don't need to look and some things like that. And then, as always, as much wide zone as we run, how much can we stretch that defense horizontally, and then puncture it vertically. So that's always been a key for us this whole year. So, if they have that linebacker off the edge, on that edge, it's how much can you get him stretched, because if we have to start cutting it back too much, then that ain't going to be a very good play for us.
I do rely on a couple of freshmen on the defensive side of the ball. Defensive end that you've compared favorably to a young Gray Carroll.
Yes.
That's who we were trying to remember the other night.
Right, yeah.
Gray Carroll, who's now at Georgia Tech, from Alcoa, and another freshman corner that coach back in April. He was still in the 8th grade, and Michigan State said, you know what? We're going to give you a full scholarship offer. And since then, he's gotten offers from Kentucky and Ole Miss. and was at UT last Saturday.
That says a lot about him, doesn't it? I mean, he's obviously an unbelievable, 6'1", 152 freshman. He's as good-looking kid, and I'll be honest with you, Lane Kiffin and those guys, I don't think they've missed the mark on him. He's unbelievable in lockdown coverage. To see him as a freshman, to think of that is phenomenal. He's every bit as advertised. But listen, is it a tremendous challenge for Jonathan and Hayden and Dustin and Rome and some of those guys to get open? Well, of course it is. But challenges are just opportunities. It's also it's an opportunity for our guys to show what they can do and, that they can play against high-level competition such as him.
Bearden comes in 6-4. Folks, do not be deceived by that record. Their 4 losses came against 2 teams that are unbeaten.
Yeah.
They combined 34-6. So, Coach, a big test tonight for the Dobyns-Bennett to advance and move on.
Yeah, it is. It is. No doubt about it. We've, like you said, Knox West, like you said, maybe the best team in the whole state, and Anderson County, and then obviously Maryville and Farragut. Those are 4 quality teams that they've lost to. But the thing is, those guys never blew them out. They were in those games till the very end. It is a challenge, but it's a challenge that I know our guys are up to, and that we can. We'll step up to, and we'll give our best effort, and we'll get to round 2 next Friday night.
Maybe they'll be deceived by our 8-2 record, because we're just 3 points away from being 10-0. So let's go out and make it 9-2 tonight, Coach.
I'm with you on that. Let's do that.
All right, appreciate you very much. Good luck to your team, your staff, your coaches. Roll Tribe.
Roll Tribe.
All right, thank you very much, Coach Joey Christian. His pregame assessment tonight before the Region 1 6A playoff contest against these Bearden Bulldogs. By the way, while we've got a second right before the introduction of the Dobyns-Bennett starting lineups, we do want to thank once again this week Spivey, King and Spivey for their sponsorship of the video side of the broadcast tonight. Of course, we are on tonight on the NFHS network. They have those broadcasting rights for the playoffs. Dobyns-Bennett fans, you can watch it on YouTube, tape delayed, if you will, sometime 24 hours or so after the game tonight. So hopefully everybody's come to the game. First of all, we hope everybody came from Knoxville to enjoy a beautiful ride up here to Kingsport. Hope everybody from Kingsport is coming to the game. But if you can't, we hope you found us on your live stream somewhere, however you're streaming it.
Well, and to make a clarification, Bearden fans can watch it 24 hours afterwards too.
Yeah, they can. They too. We're not gonna limit it to just the Tri-Cities area.
Yeah, you can get on YouTube and find it and watch it. But appreciate Spivey, King and Spivey, and what they've done all year long to get us on the air on live stream.
Spivey, King and Spivey in Kingsport, Tennessee, a general practice law firm focusing on criminal defense and family law issues. The firm serves the Tri-Cities area in Kingsport, Johnson City, Bristol, and surrounding areas, including Rogersville, Elizabethton, Greenville, Irwin, Mountain City, and provides over 75 years of combined experience in matters dealing with the likes of criminal law, divorce, custody, business disputes, personal injury, workers' comp, construction, civil litigation, and medical malpractice. Spivey, King, and Spivey combines decades of trial experience in criminal and civil matters with the energy and perseverance which are demanded in today's modern legal environment. If you need those services, the phone number to call is 423-245-4185, and appreciate again Spivey, King and Spivey for making the video possible tonight. This is, by the way, the 102nd year of Dobyns-Bennett Indian football. The contest tonight against Bearden is a 1,110th game in Dobyns-Bennett football history, with the Tribe sporting an 820 win, 261 loss, and 28 tie record. The Indians are the 26th winningest high school football team in the nation. One win behind number 25 Pine Bluff, Arkansas, but one win ahead of number 27 Brockton, Mass, who picked up a game last week, and just one of 43 programs now in the United States with 800 wins. Congratulations to Temple, Texas, who joined the fray last night, winning 69-7. Reidsville, North Carolina, you're up next. they can get there tonight with a win. Get to the 800 club.
Come join us.
Come join us. It's a fun place to be. We hope to go to 821 tonight here against Bearden. So it's going to be a great thing. We're going to have the Dobyns-Bennett starting lineup here just in a moment. And you'll want to watch the starting lineup pretty closely because we'll get to it a little bit later, but there's some injuries, there's some sickness, and so what you see may not be what you get here in about 45 minutes.
Yeah, if you're listening and you hear it, it's subject to change, and we'll touch on that after the lineups. But yeah, it can be interesting tonight, and of course we're giving the visitors lineup now, and we're trying. And if you're listening on the radio, fans, we're trying to coordinate with the live stream, and so that we can get that as well. But I tell you what, here's the deal, Steve. At this time of the year, everybody's got injuries, but you just got to figure out how to play through it, and the next guy's got to step up.
And I'm sure Bearden's no different. They've got guys that are beaten, banged up at this point of the year. And Bearden, we talked about Dobyns-Bennett coming off the loss last week. Bearden's lost 2 in a row coming in tonight, so they've got some bounce back to do as well.
Yeah, they do. So, and so this is a game of who can get over what's happened in the last couple of weeks.
And now we'll turn it over. Here is your Dobyns-Bennett starting lineup for tonight's 6A playoff game against the Bearden Bulldogs.
Mullins, 1 long snapper.
Grayton Manning, 16, punter kicker.
Titan Thomas, 42, kicker punter.
Nicholas McVeigh, 58, DT.
Brown Banks, 53, nose. Chris Harris, 64, DN.
Justin Hale, 40, defensive end.
Tony Simpson, 11, outside linebacker.
Andrew Myers, 24, linebacker. Branson Carswell, 4, linebacker.
Nigel Vidal, 20, cornerback.
John Gillespie, 0, corner.
Aiden Russell, 2, strong safety.
Cannon Mullins, 1.
John Tebow, 77, Beef Boys.
Ryder Brown, 52,
Beef Boys.
Chris Harris, 64, Beef Boys. Gavin Comerford, 55, Beef Boys.
Will Ford, 70, Beef Boys.
Keldon Mullins, 25, tight end.
Dakari Dixon, 7, slot receiver.
Aiden Russell, 2, wide receiver.
Jonathan Gillespie, 0, wide receiver.
Braden Simpson, 30, running back.
Jake Carson, 13, quarterback.
And those are your starters tonight for Kingsport Dobyns-Bennett. And Todd, we got a chance to spend a little bit of additional time with Coach Christian down there. And there's a lot of injury concerns. Christopher Harris, the outstanding defensive lineman, probably the Indians' best pass rusher, arguably one of its best defensive players, hasn't practiced all week. He's also been starting on the offensive line. We thought maybe tonight he might not have to do that with Carson Christian coming back last last week from that knee injury. Carson has been very limited this week in practice, and he said his pain threshold was as high as it's been, including the night he was injured against Greenville. So there's a lot of concern there. Plus, the flu bug has apparently hit this team as well, and we've got some guys that may be out that we don't even know about yet. So we're going to have to pay careful attention to who gets on the field and who is starting tonight for Dobyns-Bennett.
Yeah, Steve, and you're correct. And the flu bug is one of those things is some people it hits harder than others. I mean, I don't want to compare any of these kids to Michael Jordan, but we saw Michael Jordan have one of his greatest playoff games with the flu. And Michael, when you talk about playing with the flu or a sickness like a cold or something of that nature, how important is it sometimes to just that adrenaline kick in and you can play through it?
I'm a personal believer in the fact that adrenaline can enable you to play through a multitude of things, whether it be an illness, an injury, many things. But I think you don't really know how you're going to react until you really start breathing heavy there for a little bit. And I think the body reacts probably a little bit different then with a flu bug as opposed to when you're just hanging out. So I think we'll see as the game goes along how that impacts it.
Dobyns-Bennett Indian Marching Band entering the stadium here at J. Fred as we continue here in pregame activities. So look now at some key personnel, the starting lineups for the Bearden Bulldogs, if you will. Left tackle Owen Johnson, 6'4", 232, a senior. Left guard Reed Rowland, 6'3", 261, a sophomore. Or Brendan Relaford, 6'2", 267, a senior. As we do always, we get the film study from the coaches. They identify the folks they think will be starting. Bearden has also provided a 2 deep from last week's game at Farragut. They didn't always match, so we may have some ors here.
Yeah.
Center is Isaiah Harvey, 6 feet, 281, a sophomore. Right guard Lucas Epperson, 5'11", 213, a senior. And then Brendan Relaford could start as well at right tackle, 6'2", 260, and a 7, a senior. Or Owen Matthews at 6 feet, 215, and a senior. Tight end Preston Gold, 6 feet, 187, a junior. Or Ozzie Parton, 5'8", 171, a senior. The quarterback Drew Parrott, 5'8", 156, a sophomore. Prashawn Brown, 5'10", 190, a senior at running back, along with Kai Ironside, a sophomore. Jason Thompson could be there as well, a freshman. Wide receivers are Sam Tummins, 6'2", 177, a junior. Braden Perkins, 6'2", 168, a junior. The slot, Troy Buford, 5'6", 145, a freshman. And if they go with the H-back, look for Riley Mahan, 6'2", 210, a junior for the Bulldogs. And it's been a Bulldog offense. They've turned it over to the sophomore, Drew Parrott. His dad, we know well, head basketball coach at Bearden, Jeremy Parrott, known him for a number of years. Our assistant basketball coach, James Scales, played for him at Cherokee. They made the state tournament. Coach Parrott coached Bearden to a state championship a couple years ago. As much as we love Coach Jeremy Parrott, we're glad he didn't make it to state championships last spring, as Dobyns-Bennett was able to beat Bearden in that classic overtime last spring. So the youngster, Drew Parrott, come up here looking for maybe a little bit of family redemption tonight, Todd.
Well, and maybe, and I'm sure that him and his dad has had conversations upon conversations about what kind of Dobyns-Bennett brings, what kind of history they got, and how big of a win this will be in his young sophomore season. But Michael, you go back to their quarterback and being a sophomore, you're in the first 1 week of the playoff. By now, he's experienced some big time football games with the schedule they played. But adding that playoff round one, winner take all, other will go. Win or go home. It adds a little bit of pressure to you.
Yeah, guys, like I said earlier when I referred to this time of year's money time in the playoffs, it's win or go home, and that obviously is going to make that heart beat a little bit faster. But I agree with your thought that he's not a freshman on the field anymore with what he's been through and what he's seen. I don't think that's going to get to him. However, the idea of the playoffs and this atmosphere here in Kingsport at J. Fred, that very well might.
Coach Christian compared some of their offense, Bearden's offense, very favorably. Some well-known offensive linemen. He really likes this line, compares them to Greenville, says it will be probably the second most physical offensive line the Indians have faced this season. And also the running backs, both of which he says are very thick and remind him of Jai Hunley from Oak Ridge. So pretty heavy stuff there with Coach Christian throwing those names out there, guys.
Yeah, it really is. And we saw how physical they were and what kind of game plan they had against us, and I'm sure that Bearden had saw that film and plan on doing a lot of the same thing, Michael.
Yeah, I can actually confirm that that's the case, that they've not only seen a lot of film, but they were there last week at Johnson City. I talked to an old friend from my time at Fulton, an old coaching friend earlier before the game, and he confirmed they were there to watch Science Hill and scout them, but they actually got a look at us as well. So, yeah, you are 100% correct.
On defense for the Bulldogs, defensive end Ethan Hill, 5'10", 207, a freshman. Nose guard Tyson Pirtle, 6 feet 279, a senior. Defensive end Kanakio Winter.
You been practicing that?
I hope I'm getting them right. 6'2", 247, a senior. Outside linebacker Bryce Chesney. I'll probably call him Kenny before the night's over. 6 feet 201, a senior. Also on the outside, Cody Clow, 5'9", 152, a junior. On the inside, Eric Lytle at 5'10", 198, a senior, and Sam Nicole, 6 feet 198, a senior. A 3-3 stack look. They'll mix it up and walk some people here and there, and so it doesn't really play out like that. It will start that way. But the linebacking core and the freshman defensive end, you heard big praise from Coach Christian about those guys and what they do at linebacker. Says this will be the best group of linebackers we have seen. Maybe not as an individual, maybe not the best linebacker, but as a group, the best linebackers, plural.
Yeah, and Michael can speak on linebackers a lot better than I can, but I do know when you scheme and you've got someone that just has just an incredible linebacker, Michael, you can scheme around him, but when you got three linebackers all that play the same way, it makes it tough.
You are 100%. That was the thought I was just having down here. I think back to 99 scheming around Jason Witten, and you got one stud and you can do that. But when you have three, and these guys, Coach Christian's right, they are very much almost identical looking. I think one of them's a little squattier than the other two, and that's about it. No joke. But when you have three that can flat play, you can get yourself in a mess quick.
The safeties are Sam Tummins, a junior who has 7 interceptions on the year. Also Kai Young, 5'8", 166, a senior. The corners are a senior, 6'1", 165, Preston LaBanca, and Chaz Smith, 6'1", 152, freshman. You heard the offers he already has. Michigan State offered in April. That means he was still in middle school. Ole Miss and Kentucky have since offered. He was visiting the University of Tennessee recently, so this is a big time. I saw some film of him last week. He made a tremendous interception against Farragut.
Yeah, I mean, and when you start talking about cornerbacks, I mean, that's a position, Michael, that takes special talent and a special athletic ability. And when you've got a freshman that, as you heard Coach Christian talk in his pregame, the guys like Lane Kiffin's out of the world, they don't get talent wrong. And if they're already chasing this freshman, you can imagine what kind of talent he has.
Well, I mean, he passed the eye test immediately. I can tell you that. He is every single centimeter of 6'1", filled out pretty nicely for his age, and then he lines up over here to warm up for defense, and this kid looks the part. I'll say that.
For Dobyns-Bennett, you saw their starting lineups. Let's get you some stats on the Indians. Quarterback Jake Carson, 112 out of 170 for 1,682 yards, 23 touchdowns, and only 3 interceptions. Guys, Jake's doing a great job of valuing the football. The number one priority for your quarterback's not to turn the football over.
Yeah, and if you're talking about from what Jake's ability from last year to this year is his decision making. I think the game slowed down for him this year. I think he understands our offense better this year, and he has not put the ball in harm's way incredibly, maybe as good as anybody on this end of the state, Michael. But I tell you what, when you start talking about putting in harm's way with a defensive backfield that Bearden has, your decision making's got to be a little quicker, and you sometimes have to throw that guy open.
It absolutely does, and you do have to throw a guy open now and again. I think that's where, as coaches, it comes into play. Our job is to scheme that to where it is not as tough on our quarterback. But going back to your point, I feel very confident in Jake's ability to pick apart a defense on any given night, and I think a lot of that is relied upon what the other team does. But I think Jake himself is very capable of it.
Being a part of the tribe is a reminder. A reminder of what hard work and determination can accomplish.
A reminder of why we strive for excellence in everything we do.
The tribe is a reminder of what Dobyns-Bennett represents. It represents community.
It represents family.
It represents hope.
That is your Dobyns-Bennett 2022-2023 Spirit Shakers. Now taking the field are the Dobyns-Bennett competitive cheerleaders. They'll be showcasing their game day routine and will be competing tomorrow evening in Murfreesboro, Tennessee at the state competition. Team members include Anna Altizer, Piper Benton, Jenna Diaz, Whitley Jones, Brianna Lawrence, Therese Moore, Lauren Riley, Kylie Shield, Brianna Simpson, Shyla Hayes, Lydia Vaughn, and Megan Weiber. are the Dobyns-Bennett cheerleaders. Good luck at Space Ladies and World Tribe. Here's your Dobyns-Bennett marching band. Section leaders are Tara Thomas, Josh Adedokin, Camden Marsh, Riley Tate, Garrett Ford, Ava Hotstetler, Carson Carter, Addie Helms, Sam Perdue, Micah Maynard, Ella Miller, Emily Stewart, Caitlin Smith, Skylar Carter, Carly DeFord, Kylie Lewis, and Caroline Quillen. The band is under the field direction of drum majors Ella Halliburton, Sarah Jane Adams, Ryan Drew, and Caden Powers. Here's Rocky Top. Ladies and gentlemen, we now ask that you please stand, if able, for the presentation of our national colors by the Dobyns-Bennett Air Force Junior ROTC Color Guard. Tonight's Color Guard is commanded by Cadet Airman Basic Valerie Cruz Lopez. Team members include Cadet Major Carson McMurray, Cadet Second Lieutenant Cody Cutler, Cadet Airman First Class Ken Hurley, Cadet Airman Connor Petrusek. The Dobyns-Bennett Junior ROTC is commanded by United States Air Force retired Colonel Eric Vogt and the United States Air Force retired Chief Master Sergeant Melanie Blankenship. We now ask that you join us in a moment of silence. Thank you. Now we ask that you please remain standing, remove your caps, and place your hand over your heart. Veterans, you are encouraged to render a hand salute in honor of America as the Dobyns-Bennett Marching Band, under the direction of Playbook, plays our national anthem.
a lot of shine. Running up the number, that's a lot of crime. Try to take it from me, must be out your mind. Lot of sun, smoky in the air, that's a lot of pine. Pockets running over with the dollar sign. Try to take it from me, yeah. Big time, big time, big time, big time.
Hear the drums, feel the beat, and fear the tribe.
I love watching these two teams get together. Bearden's always known to have good athletes and tough kids, so should be a fun one.
Down below, the Dobyns-Bennett Indians make their way into J. Fred Johnson Stadium, swinging open the big doors to our left, and underneath the sign recognizing Dobyns-Bennett's 820 wins in its proud football tradition, which this year plays its 102nd season of Tribe football. Bearden has also made their way here to the stadium. Bearden tonight will be in the all-white uniforms. And Bearden, their roster, by the way, that's as big a roster as I've typed in all year long on your flip chart.
Well, and you can see it over there. I mean, you look over, they got a lot of kids out, a lot of enthusiasm. I mean, Michael, when you have that many kids out, that means that they're believing in the program, that they're wanting to play for your school. And so a lot of times maybe numbers don't see it on the field, but when you have that many out, you know what kind of things that the school's doing.
You do. You know something good is happening when you have that many kids out for football. I'm a firm believer in that. And from the football side of things, you have that many kids out, that's that many more opportunities for kids to learn and progress and turn out to be a player down the road. I mean, kids are in high school for 4 years, so when you get them young and they get to see a good football team in front of them and learn from the guys ahead, then that comes to benefit you.
Captains will be meeting at midfield here momentarily for Bearden. Sam Nicald, Preston LaBonca, Bryce Chesney, and also a captain for the Bulldogs tonight, Tyson Pirtle. For Dobyns-Bennett, the captains tonight, Braylon Banks, also Peyton Brooks, Cardin McVeigh, and Carson Christian for Dobyns-Bennett. Dobyns-Bennett in its maroon jerseys, silver numerals, and silver football breeches, if you'll say. So Bearden, those numbers are kind of like Dobyns-Bennett's away uniform in a way, guys, with those soft gray numerals. They are trimmed a little bit in black. They're not hard to see, but certainly not quite as easy as Dobyns-Bennett's home uniforms. We struggle with Dobyns-Bennett on the road in the similar look.
Yeah, but I tell you what, they wear the uniforms now, especially the skilled guys, so tight up front with those type of numbers. You know, you can't sometimes tell between an 8, a 9, and a 6. So we'll do our best.
Coin toss as both captains learning from the officials. The coin toss is up, and
Bearden wins it.
It appears Bearden has won the
Bearden
toss.
has
and
won the toss
will
and elected to defer.
So Dobyns-Bennett will elect to receive, and We'll see which end of the stadium the Dobyns-Bennett defense defends here to begin with. Looks like Dobyns-Bennett will defend the baseball end of the stadium here at J. Fred, and will be receiving, and will be Bearden to kick off and defend the scoreboard end of the stadium here tonight as the Class 6A playoffs just about set to get underway.
Yeah, and I tell you what, and Michael, you can chime in on this as well, but I usually like to win that coin toss, defer, so you maybe pick up that extra possession. But after last week, after what we know what Bearden's defense can do, I think getting the ball, and if we don't necessarily have to score, if we can show some big progress and move and flip this field, could be huge for some confidence and just kind of set a tone for this football game.
Yeah, once again, I mean, there's so many ways to look at it, but I like that idea, Todd. I really do, and that setting a tone early, that we can score early and hopefully often as well. But yeah, there's a bunch of ways to look at it, or you look at it from the standpoint of we have so much faith in our defense, they're going to get that big stop, get the ball back to us, and we go from there. But with us choosing to receive, I think we're going to try to establish the tone.
Jonathan Gillespie on the far side, on the visitor side, averages 20 yards per kickoff return. Hayden Russell on the near side averages 41.6. Returned the opening kickoff last week against Science Hill, 75 yards to the 15-yard line. Kicking off for Bearden will be Daniel Kinney, 5'10", 144, and a sophomore. So Kenny is set, and wherever you are listening around the world tonight on ESPN Tri-Cities, the TuneIn app, or ESPNTriCities.com, or watching on the NFHS network, it's Tribe Time playoff edition here at J. Fred Johnson Stadium. That kickoff will sail way through the end zone. Dobyns-Bennett, the second touchback all season that Dobyns-Bennett will have to start from the 20. The first came after a 15-yard penalty. So that's the first one kicked from the 40 that Dobyns-Bennett sees sail into the end zone.
Yeah, and that was 8 yards deep. Now, Steven, one thing I did was I look at the flag, and if you're familiar with Dobyns-Bennett or J. Fred Johnson Stadium, Michael, up here I can tell the wind is actually different. It usually runs from east to west, and it's more of from west to east, and now the wind's kind of blowing from the east to the west, so that was wind aided.
Yeah, guys, I feel like it's a little tunnel effect from the scoreboard towards the baseball field right now.
Jake Carson, shotgun formation. Carson has it, gives it to Simpson, cuts it back at the line of scrimmage. Not much there. We do notice that Carson Christian starts at center. At left tackle, I believe, was Ryder Brown. That would put Ford at right guard, and basically back to the original line and the starters that we started with this year, guys, to begin. Simpson will get 1 yard on first down.
Tell you what, number 52, Tyson, you say Priddle? Is that how you pronounce that?
I may have pronounced it 2 or 3 different ways.
Yeah, well, no matter what, I'll tell you what, he probably don't care because he's a big man on that Pirtle, and he's a big man on that defensive line, and it looked like we had a little hole, and he closed it up really quick.
Comerford is at left guard, and that would make right tackle John Tebow on the Dobyns-Bennett offensive front. Carson fakes the pass, or the run, gets it to Dakari Dixon. Dixon trying to struggle. A defender has part of his attire dragging him down at the 26-yard line. There's also a penalty marker at the 23. So that didn't take long to get the officials involved.
Yep. And the official is mic'd up tonight, so we will be able to hear what his explanations are. But I tell you what, I've seen Dixon wear that T-shirt underneath there, and I always wanted to get that thing tucked in, and it cost him a yard or two there. Here's the call from the official.
Ineligible receiver downfield. Offense number 0. 5-yard penalty from the previous spot. Replay second down.
So that's an ineligible receiver downfield. That means that Gillespie, number 0, is probably covered up, guys. And so that makes it 2nd and 14 in the first Dobyns-Bennett penalty of the night.
And I have to question what kind of formation was in that Gillespie gets covered up.
Well, either way, it's 2nd and 14 from the 16 now. It will be Russell and Dixon and Keldon Mullins out throughout. Mullins was another one that was questionable. In fact, he wasn't even here before the game in warmups. Here's a give up the middle across the 20 to the 22. For Dobyns-Bennett goes Braden Simpson. So he'll have 6 yards, but it brings up 3rd down and 8.
Cody Claw, number 7 on the stop.
Only Claw, the stop for the Bulldogs.
We got some of it back right here, but it's still in third and a long distance right here. And this is, you can't live in this tonight. You're going to have to get that third down in manageable territory.
Dobyns-Bennett 43.8% on third down conversions on the year. 3rd and 8, 2 wideouts left and right for Jake Carson. Dixon in motion now left to right. Carson back to throw, good protection. Carson winds up, throws it across the middle, and that is going to be intercepted. I'm not sure that two Dobyns-Bennett receivers didn't run into each other.
Well, I tell you what,
two of them on the ground.
I was watching at the quarterback position, Steve, but I'm kind of like you in the sense of I watch the throw, and all of a sudden I see a couple of guys on the ground, and they're both Dobyns-Bennett Indians. And so, I mean, if I wasn't a flag there, it had to be them two running into each other.
So Bearden on the interception. We'll have it 1st and 10 at the 38 with 9:57. Just the 4th interception thrown by Carson all season.
And another question is how did we have two receivers in the same area in that type of route running?
So here's Drew Parrott in shotgun formation for the Bulldogs. He'll send the running back out empty formation. Parrott back to throw. Late blitz coming from Dobyns-Bennett. Parrott wants to go for the home run ball down the field.
Oh,
he
it dropped.
Had it right in his hands and dropped the football. He was looking for Buford there out of the slot on the right side, and that pass is incomplete.
And you see a lot of teams do that. They get the big turnover in the other team's territory, and you go for the home run. And I tell you what, they had the home run, and I'm sure that young man would like to have that opportunity to make that catch again.
So in the backfield, back with Parrott is Thompson. Here's a little swing pass out here, complete behind the line. Makes one tackler miss, gets almost to the 30-yard line. For Bearden, that was Ethan Ford.
And I tell you what, that George Evans had an opportunity to get him behind the line of scrimmage on a one-on-one tackle and just kind of got juked out of his shoes, and now it's 3rd down and manageable for Bearden.
Ford, the reception for 7 yards, 3rd down and 3. Indians 26.4% defensively, allowing 3rd down conversions on the season. Empty backfield for Parrott. And now coming back to join him will be Brown. Brown will get the carry going left, and he's in trouble. Down he goes. Tackle behind the line. Great play. Braylon Banks of Dobyns-Bennett. That'll be a loss of 3.
Great job of reading the kind of the RPO option there, and I thought maybe the loss was enough maybe for him to have to punt, but it looks like Beard now on 4th and 6 is actually going to try to go for it here.
So 4th down and 6, Dobyns-Bennett against the 4th down conversion teams, 13 for 26 for Dobyns-Bennett. Some people think, why is it higher on 4th and 3rd? Well, most of the time on 4th, it's really close.
Yep.
For one thing. 3 wideouts to the right. Brown stays in it, running back with Parrott, the quarterback in shotgun formation who wants to throw. Parrott looking left, will step up. He can run for it.
Gone.
30, 25, 20. Parrott inside the 15 all the way down to the Dobyns-Bennett 11-yard line.
Yeah, I tell you what, we had everybody covered up, just rushed forward and kind of got out of our lanes, Michael, and had a big hole for the young man who can run.
Yeah, guys, we dropped into coverage with everybody except the 4 rushing. They spread them out pretty good, and he had all the room he wanted to get upfield. That was an easy 1st down.
23-yard run to the 11-yard line for Parrott. It's a 1st down for Beard. Now Parrott looking to throw. Looking left, under some pressure. Myers chasing him. Myers can't get to him, and Parrott will just fling it out of bounds. He just threw that thing with his right hand, shuffle passed it over to the Bearden cheerleaders out of bounds. He's out of the pocket. So that'll be an incomplete pass.
Yeah, I think that was a heads-up play by him because he could not get his shoulders turned to throw it away, and I think he found out how fast Myers could close in as a linebacker on a quarterback.
8:23 to go. Clock stopped 1st quarter. No score. Dobyns-Bennett turns it over at its first possession. Bearden driving from the Tribe 38. Down the 11, just converting on 4th and 6. Parrott on shotgun formation from the 11. In motion is Ford. Parrott will give to Brown. Brown up the middle. Across the 10, down near the 5-yard line. Goes Brown, and he's got about 6 yards.
I tell you what, that play is actually kind of supposed to go right, and it was clogged up, and then he kind of put his foot down and went back to the left and found an opening for a good 6-yard run.
You guys, right there, sorry, Steve, I was just going to say right there, our linebackers we need to approach the line of scrimmage a little bit there, a little quicker. He's dancing, and then he's finding his hole and going. If we can close that down, we can get him while he's still dancing.
And that's kind of by design. They kind of dance things, guys, until they find the bubble, and then they attack the bubble they want to attack. They are taught that. Here's the give to Brown. Brown makes a cut. That's not Brown, it's another runner, and all the way down near the goal line. Looks like Bearden will have a first down at the 1 after a 4-yard pickup. And I believe running the football that time was whom? I believe that was Ironside. Yes, Ironside on the carry. For 4 yards to the 1, another Bearden first down. And it's first and goal Dogs at the 1-yard line. Again, handoff, and it is going to be touchdown Bearden. Right through there, almost untouched, goes Ironside on the 1-yard touchdown run. And Bearden turns the interception into points.
Yeah, now you talk about the first 2 drives, one for each team. We get a penalty, we throw an interception. We get them in the 4th down, they convert, they get a touchdown early on this game, and all of a sudden, Dobyns-Bennett's on their heels just a little bit.
Here comes Kenny with the point after attempt. The holder will be Graham Moffitt. Snap is there. The hold is there. The kick is there as well. 7:20 to go, first quarter. Bearden 7, Dobyns-Bennett nothing. We're back in 60 seconds on ESPN Tri-Cities.
Want a good laugh? Watch those funny insurance ads on TV. Want seriously good auto, home, business, or life insurance? Come to Jenkins Insurance Group in Kingsport, an independent Erie insurance agent. See for yourself why more than 90% of Erie customers stay with Erie year after year. Call Jenkins Insurance Group for a quote today, 423-245-ERIE. That's 245-3743.
Max Medicine Mart offers an array of different services, friendly and experienced pharmacists and staff to make your visit quick and easy. With drive-through for your convenience, you can get your immunization or vaccination with a full line of medical equipment for purchase or rent. We offer Good Foods Grocery for healthy food options. Unique Boutique has stylish apparel and accessories. Come see us today and score big with Max Medicine Mart.
Now back to Ingalls High School football on ESPN Tri-Cities.
Back here at J. Fred Johnson Stadium, Kenny to kick it off, and again it will go into the end zone. And so for the second straight time, Dobyns-Bennett will start at the 20. The drive for Bearden following the interception, 8 plays, 38 yards. The key play, a 23-yard Drew Parrott run on 4th and 6. Bearden took 2:37 off the clock, and they lead at 7-0 here as we start Dobyns-Bennett's second drive from the 20.
Yeah, and we're going to look like with their kicking course, like I said, they're into the wind right now. I mean, with the wind right now, and I mean it's a hefty wind. So we'll see, but looks like we'll be starting a lot on the 20. If they score, we got to just get our offense started.
3 wideouts to the right for Carson. Peyton Franklin, the running back for the Tribe. Franklin has it coming left, makes a cut, and he is tackled there by Winter at about the 23-yard line.
Peyton Franklin on the carry.
Good job by Franklin. I mean, there wasn't a whole lot there. He kind of puts his foot in the ground and gets it turned up to get 3 yards.
I didn't think he was going to anything, to be honest.
I didn't either. I didn't either.
Did a good job falling forward because Winter's not a small guy there at all for Bearden at 278. Make it 247. Wrong line. Anyway, second down and 3. In motion is Russell. They fake the give to him. Carson wants to go down the right side. A man is open. That is Gillespie at midfield. Gillespie will go out of bounds. All the way down at the Bearden 45-yard line.
Good job by Gillespie. I think that ball hung up just a little bit, but I don't think it was the throw by Jake. I think that ball got hung up in the wind a little bit, but a great job by Gillespie.
32 yards and a Select 7 Credit Union first down for the Tribe at the Bearden 45-yard line. You're right. I thought if that ball would just come down, that Gillespie would have taken that thing to the house.
Yep.
But it just never did come down. Gillespie kind of had to wait on it a little bit. Caught it at the 50 and goes out of bounds at the 45. Carson again in shotgun formation. In motion is Gillespie. Up the middle it goes to Franklin. Franklin, nothing. Met by the heart of the Bearden line.
Yeah, that just never really developed. And Michael, we're talking about the wind up here. Is it that windy at the field level?
Guys, it's extremely windy down here right now. I don't know if y'all can see it from up there, all the leaves blowing from the park right through the stadium, and many of them aren't even hitting the ground as the wind's carrying them straight on through the stadium. Yeah, it's like a wind tunnel down here right now.
Yeah. If we were playing baseball, there wouldn't be hitting one out to left tonight, that's for sure. 3 wideouts to the left for Dobyns-Bennett. Another 2nd down and 10 for the Tribe. Franklin going right, shakes one tackler, but not a second, and he'll be fortunate to get back to the line of scrimmage. As cleaning up there was Eric Lytle.
Yeah, we're really struggling with the run game right now. They're very physical, very athletic up front, and right now we are not winning those battles.
Specifically with Pirtle there. That nose guard is dominating the line of scrimmage. Guard to guard, we're having a hard time doing much of anything due to him.
I guess Pirtle was the first one in there, and he was the one that Franklin was able to avoid, but not the second. And so it's 3rd and 10 for Dobyns-Bennett from the 45. Dixon in motion again. Linebackers creeping forward. One coming on the blitz. Carson looks out to the right. That pass is going to be complete to Gillespie. And Gillespie fighting for first down yardage, maybe just a bit short.
Depends on where he marks it.
They're going to give him 9 yards, and it'll be 4th and 1.
And where he's got it marked at, Steve, I think they're going to actually measure it.
Oh, they did measure it forward, didn't they?
Yep, so.
That's a first down.
Yeah, they actually signal 4th down right there.
Now, you got to measure that. That ball's touching the 40. Well, now they've moved it back. Yeah, officially it'll be a 9-yard gain to the 36 for Gillespie.
Dobyns-Bennett goes in big bunch, almost like a scrim, and somebody's calling timeout, I think.
There's a penalty marker. Now the ball's sitting on the 35 now.
Well, the penalty marker, when it came out, we'll get the call by the official, but, that was quick. It almost has to be offsides. Here's the call.
Prior to the snap, encroachment. 75 of the defense lined up in the neutral zone. Yardage results in a first down.
That'll be a Select 7 Credit Union first down by penalty.
And we'll take it.
Yes, we will.
That's a great view, Steve. You was talking about the ball was about a foot short of the 35 time the penalty came out. It was sitting on the 35.
Yep. They have put it just outside the 30 now. So officially, on my stats, I'm still calling it the 31. Since it wasn't a first down on the 9-yard pickup previously. Brooks in there now at running back for Dobyns-Bennett. Fake to Brooks, pass to Dixon in the slot. Dixon is hit, knocks down as he gets near the 21-yard line. He'll get 9 yards. It'll be 3rd down and 1. Or excuse me, 2nd and 1.
Big first down play. Jake saw something quick, kind of a hot route there, and Michael, big 9-yard gain.
Absolutely, guys. Dakari did a good job to hold on to that ball, too. Took a little shot from the inside, knocked him backwards, and might have fumbled it a little bit, juggled it at least, but great job coming down with the ball.
2nd and 1 at the 22 for Dobyns-Bennett. Carson, hard count. Nobody doing anything. 3 receivers out right. Now Brooks will shuffle over to the left of Carson. They'll give it to Brooks going back right, and he is slammed down. Again, Pirtle in there, and also Eric Lytle. And Brooks will lose a yard.
More than that. They marked that thing back. It was because we lost about 2, Steve.
Well, I had him at the 22 on the stat sheet, so I've got to give him 1.
Okay.
And that will bring up from the 23 now, 3rd down and 2. It's a long 2. Gillespie, Russell, and Dixon out to the right for the Tribe. Back coming in motion is Dixon. Carson to throw. Carson going towards the corner of the end zone. That pass is going to be caught. Touchdown! Dobyns-Bennett, what an adjustment in the air by Gillespie. who turned almost to 180 degrees, made the reception, and beat the defender to the pylon. Touchdown, Dobyns-Bennett.
Yeah, I tell you what, I give Jake credit. I thought he had a guy slanting for the first down. He saw something he didn't like. He went through his progressions, hit Gillespie in the corner. What a catch by Gillespie. Catch number 2 that he's adjusted for a huge touchdown. And now he fumbled the snap.
So Dobyns-Bennett unable to get the extra point attempt off, and the score will stay with 2:26 to go in the first quarter. Bearden 7 and Dobyns-Bennett 6. We're back in 60 seconds on ESPN Tri-Cities.
Different name with the same great services. The leading insurance agency in downtown Kingsport has changed its name to McGriff Insurance Services, but everything else remains the same. McGriff Insurance Services provides property and casualty insurance, employee benefits, life and pension plans, financial services, and specialty insurance programs. They partner up with the best insurance companies around the world to provide all types of coverage. Visit Steve Harville's sales team at 433 East Center Street in downtown Kingsport. McGriff Insurance Services.
Winning isn't everything. It's the only thing. And that's why Select 7 Credit Union rallies every day to bring you the most competitive auto and mortgage loan rates available, along with free checking, online statements, mobile banking, and fast and friendly service. Join our winning team. Visit our Kingsport branch, 1708 East Stone Drive, or online at select7cu.org. We've been serving area families for over 73 years. Select 7 Credit Union, helping you select a brighter future. Proud sponsor of the Dobyns-Bennett Indians, federally insured by the NCUA.
Now back to Ingles High School football on ESPN Tri-Cities.
Welcome back to J. Fred Johnson Stadium. Dobyns-Bennett answers the Bearden touchdown with an 8-play, 80-yard drive that took 4 minutes and 54 seconds off the clock. A 23-yard touchdown pass from Jake Carson to Jonathan Gillespie Thomas. The kickoff is a line drive, snagged at the 6 by Bearden. Across the 25 to the 30, across the 35 to the 36. And that thing just never got any hang time whatsoever. Kolbacki makes what could have been a touchdown-saving tackle there at the 37-yard line.
And, Michael, I think you're down there. I think the wind has a lot to do kicking into this wind like this.
Guys, there is no question about it. It is funneling through here, and I think the wind probably had as much to do with knocking that ball back down to earth as anything.
So 2:20 to go first quarter. Bearden 1st and 10 at its 37. Parrott at quarterback looking to throw. Across the middle's complete. Still on his feet as a receiver all the way into Indian territory. Fumbled the football. Dobyns-Bennett's got it. Carswell came up with it at the Indian 43-yard line.
And that's a guy who was just trying to get too much out of it. It was a great slant pass, Michael, and he was trying to get all the yardage that he could, and he was moving forward, and Dobyns-Bennett just come and gang tackled him and ripped it out of there.
Yeah, he did everything right except hang on to that football there at the end. Great pattern, broke a tackle, was getting ready to move on downfield, and we came in and stripped it. Holding it out there a little wide, and we took advantage of it. Let's see what our offense can do.
Yeah, and if you're watching it on the replay, you saw Hayden Russell's the one. When they all had him up, he went in there and grabbed his arms and just pulled him straight down and got that ball out.
1st and 10, Dobyns-Bennett, 2:12 to go in the first quarter. Both teams have turned it over once. Dobyns-Bennett at the 43. Carson fakes, pass out into flat, complete, and then dropped by Gillespie. He might have felt some feet coming his direction.
Yeah, and I think he just tried to turn a little quick to get upfield before he made the catch.
2nd down and 10. The play to Buford on the pass was good for 16 yards to the 47. He fumbled there. Dobyns-Bennett recovers at its 43. 2nd down, 10, Dobyns-Bennett. 2 wideouts to the left. Running back is Braden Simpson now for Dobyns-Bennett. And now a penalty marker down, and that's going to be on Dobyns-Bennett. Illegal motion.
Part of the snap. False start. Number 7 offense. 5 yards from the previous spot. Replay 2nd down.
Yeah, just took off a little early, and I mean, that's another costly penalty. I mean, it's 2nd and 10, and you know, you're still working in that. Now it's 2nd and 15, and then it's going to take two good little plays right here to pick up that first down.
Clock stopped at 2:05. It's 7-6 Bearden on top here. Russell, Dixon, and Mullins all out to the left. Gillespie out to the right. Smith, the freshman, has Gillespie out there. Give to Simpson up the middle, 40, 45, and Simpson racked down at about the 48-yard line goes Bearden Simpson, a pickup of 10.
And a flag on the play again.
That flag is at the 46. And
let's see what this call is.
During the run, sideline warning. Knox Bearden, that's their first warning of the game.
They've been doing it all day. No, I'm just kidding. One of those penalties that just aggravates me that they even call.
The 10-yard run for Simpson brings up a 3rd and 5 now for the Tribe at the 48.
Our first really good positive run tonight. Good hole, good blocking up front, hit the hole hard.
2 wideouts left and right for Carson. Looking left, toss out left to Russell. Russell gives yardage and is going to be tackled a yard short. He might have had a first down before he gave it up, guys. Trying to get more yardage.
Michael, I thought he had it till he backed up.
It was awful close from my angle here, guys, but trying to make a move, sometimes it comes back to bite you a little bit.
Russell's first catch of the night. 4th down and 1, Dobyns-Bennett, now from the Bearden 48. And it's a 4th and a good one, too. Clock running, 40 seconds to go first quarter. Indians in that tight formation. Carson under center with Myers and Carswell behind him, and they're just going to snap it to Carson and push him forward, and it will be close. It will be very close. Let's see where they spot it.
I thought he had it.
Based on that left-footed spot from the official, that is short.
I'm with you.
That's going to be short.
We're going to measure. Well, you know, to measure a little couple of scores, Steve. Science Hill up 7-0 in the second. That's a game that of course you're watching, and from the area, Elizabethton's up 14-0 on Carter. And for people in this game who is the winner, what you're going to do, well, it's pretty much already decided. Maryville's up 21-0 in the first.
There you go. Here's the measurement, and it is short. Bearden holds and takes over at the Indian 48-yard line.
I tell you what, with that many people in there, we just didn't. I mean, it was close. You just didn't get the push that you're supposed to get.
30.6 seconds to go. Bearden takes over at the Dobyns-Bennett 48. 1st and 10. So the Indians unable to take advantage of the turnover.
Yeah, not advantage at all, and we should have him. Michael, in big games like that, I mean, I can see where you go for it right there, but you've got to want to more than they do, and I think they got a better push than we did.
Yeah, guys, we've not seen us do that a lot on 4th down as our method of getting it.
Parrott on 1st down, handoff up the middle across the 50 to about the 49. I believe that was. Yes, that's what I thought it was. That was Thompson, the freshman, on the give. He'll have about 3 yards, and that's probably going to be the end of the first quarter. As 11 seconds, well, they might get another play off. Act like they want to anyway. They'd be in Bearden. 6 seconds, 5 seconds. Parrott does get the play off, wants to throw. Parrott going down the right side, and it's going to be incomplete. Looking for receiver down there. He was covered by Nigel Vidal. And that will be the end of the first quarter.
Yeah, a little pushing and shoving, but that ball was thrown out of bounds, way out of bounds. So even if you were watching it, you thought, well, what's going on there? But I think that ball was uncatchable.
End of the first quarter, Bearden 7, Dobyns-Bennett 6. We're back in 60 seconds on ESPN Tri-Cities.
Being stuck when it comes to legal matters can bring frustration and anxiety. Where do you start? What's your next move? Your next move should be to call the experienced professionals at Spivey, King & Spivey. They provide their clients with quality legal counsel in criminal defense, family law, and personal injury. Spivey, King & Spivey has the experience you need to navigate our complex legal system. Don't wait. Call Spivey, King & Spivey at 423-245-4185 or go online to SpiveyKingandSpiveyLLP.com. Now you're in experience experienced hands.
To start seeing clearly again, visit the Regional Eye Center, the region's only cataract center of excellence. We're the only place for clear sight cataract surgery, providing the highest level of care and technology in correcting cataracts. In fact, no one in the area does more procedures than we do. So don't let cataracts get any worse. Call the Regional Eye Center at 1-800-688-EYES and visit regionaleye.com to learn more about our life-changing procedures. It's time you got your vision back and your life.
Now back to Ingles High School football on ESPN Tri-Cities.
All right, welcome back here to J. Fred Johnson Stadium. We've got a penalty marker during the timeout after the incomplete pass. Now let's see what that's about, guys. No official announcement yet. Third and 7 from just inside the 49. We say the 40, it is the 49. But still no announcement. Dobyns-Bennett in that first quarter rushed for 19 yards and threw for 77. Bearden rushed for 23 and threw for 23. Each team's with 3 first downs. 3 penalty markers in the first quarter, 2 for 10 on Dobyns-Bennett, 1 for 5 on Bearden, although that is pending. It's a long, long discussion.
During the dead ball period, unsportsmanlike conduct. Bearden bench, 15-yard penalty from the dead spot, fought 3rd down.
So Bearden probably upset with that last play of the first quarter, guys, and wanting pass interference and not getting it.
That's one thing I can see, Michael. I mean, there was a lot of pushing and shoving, but that ball was, you were over near you, that ball was 3 or 4 yards out of bounds.
So instead of 3rd and 7, it's 3rd and 22. Thompson stays in there at running back with Parrott. Parrott looking to throw. Parrott out here is incomplete. Tried to get it short. Good coverage that time by Nigel Vidal. As again, they were trying to get it to Sam Tummins, and it's incomplete.
Michael, what I'm seeing is here through the first quarter, wasn't a lot of tempers or per se, but it looks like it's kind of picking up a little bit.
It is a little bit down here. People are starting to let those emotions riff a little bit at times. But one thing I wanted to mention real quick is we're not getting a whole lot of push on the defensive line as much as we usually do. That'll be interesting to see how that plays out moving forward.
Ethan Ford back to punt for Bearden. Ford has it away. It will be taken by Russell, at the 27. Makes one man miss, but not a second. He's down at the 30.
And I think that was a decent punt, but that's another punt now, Michael. We flipped field positions. He had to punt that one in, and he could not get any hang time on that into the wind.
That, also the fact that Russell came on up to catch that ball, I think is huge right there. That ball bounces. Who knows how far it's going to roll. Good, smart football play by Hayden Russell to come on up, catch that ball safely, and get on the ground.
11:46 to go. That's a 37-yard punt by Ford. And a 3-yard return by Russell. 1st and 10, Dobyns-Bennett at its 30-yard line. Franklin, the running back, again for Dobyns-Bennett. Franklin has the carry, and he's hit behind the line of scrimmage Tackled there by the crashing Sam McCall, the linebacker. Franklin loses 2 yards.
I'll be honest, I've been watching him. He is crashing on every play, Michael, or at least 80% of the snaps so far in this game. He's the linebacker that's coming.
Yeah, guys, it looks like he's just coming flat down the line of scrimmage. I was just sitting here thinking as he made that play. That's twice now. I've seen him do it pretty much textbook on what we would call a fire. Linebacker off the edge, flat down the line of scrimmage. He comes across and makes the play on the other side of the ball.
Officially, it's a 1-yard loss for Franklin. Make it 2nd and 11. Dixon in motion. Carson wants to throw. Carson's going to throw it deep downfield, looking for Russell, who can't get there. Russell about the 35-yard line, pass too strong. Maybe wind aided at that.
I think that is, Steve. I think that ball was, he put a little touch on it, but that ball hangs up and it just keeps going down the field.
Clock stopped, 11:02 to go here, second quarter, 7-6. Bearden leads Dobyns-Bennett here, Class 6A first-round playoff game. Glad you're along here on ESPN Tri-Cities or the NFHS Network, or if you're watching it later this weekend on YouTube. Todd, we're everywhere.
We love it.
3rd and 11. 3 wideouts to the left for the Tribe. Carson to throw, looking left, coming back right, the screen pass to Franklin, and Franklin tackled behind the line of scrimmage. Great defensive play there by Kai Ironside. And so they had that screen play well snuffed out. Good scout, good preparation by Bearden.
Yeah, you know, late in the season that they have seen film upon film, and they did a good job of recognizing that. You know, Steve was talking about it's been all over the place. Remember when we started this, we used to talk about we were citywide, and it's hard to believe we're now worldwide.
That's scary, actually. 3rd down and 13, 4th and 13. On to punt will be Grayton Manning. Manning on the year averaging 34.8 yards per punt. Manning has it away. It's a line drive, and it's going to go over the head. No, he's going to catch it at the 26. Bearden now looking for some running room. Nowhere to go. And that was Tummins back there on the return. He went to the 26. He'll have about 2 yards on the return. I thought for a minute there it might get over his head.
Yeah, he did a good job of going back and making that play. And I tell you what, I won't give credit to number 12, Chaz Smith, for Bearden on the punt return team. He was in that position, Michael, that you usually 9 out of 10 times see a kid get a block in the back, and he just laid off. And he probably didn't want to, but it probably saved him 10 yards.
Yeah, I saw that too. He did. That was a smart play. Very smart play by a freshman. And like we said to start with, he doesn't look the part of a freshman. He doesn't act like one either.
10:06 to go first half. Bearden at the 28. That's a 47-yard boot by Manning. And I tell you what, if Tummins doesn't catch that thing might have gone about 60 or 65 rolling, because it was going to turn over once it hit the ground. Parrott flares it out here to Buford in the flat. Buford's across the 30. Penalty marker back down here at the 27-yard line. And Kennan Mullins says that's a holding, sir.
Yeah, that's kind of where you'll see a hold. So we'll get the call from the official here in a second. But, yeah, and usually when you get a hold, that kind of opens up that play a little bit.
See where they mark it from. That depends on how we stat things. Looks like they're going to.
They're in the play. Holding. Offense number 19. 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. Replay first down.
Looks like a penalty from the line of scrimmage. That's no play. Back to the 18. 3 penalties, 30 yards now on the Bulldogs. They'll have it 1st and 20. Parrott's 2 wideouts way over there on the right side. Parrott rolling that way. Being pressured, gets rid of it, and the pass is going to be incomplete, I think.
Yeah, it looks like he was way out of bounds. It will be 2nd down.
Yes, incomplete. What his receivers were so far to the boundary, it looked like Tennessee's offense there for a minute. How far off they were over there.
And I think that's kind of one of those plays that they were looking at pass and run. I mean, and we did a good job of stringing that out because, you know, with him rolling out over to all that room over there, if he had an opportunity to run, I think he tries to take it for 10 or so yards.
The Indians at nose tackle have sophomore Kosiah Steele, number 81 in there. At least that's on my roster. Here's the give to Thompson, finding his way through the line of scrimmage, still on the ground, fighting for first down yardage, may have it. Just drug Indian tacklers.
Well, it would be if it wasn't 2nd and 21, if it was first or second.
It was Brown, too, by the way. It's 22-23, hard for me to decipher up here. That one was Brown that time. Yeah, that would be. He got back to the original line of scrimmage. How's that?
He did, but you can't give him another. Can't let him have another 11 here on 3rd and 10.
Well, Brown stays in there. Parrott wants to throw. Here comes a late blitz. Pass complete to about the 35. And struggling forward with the completion is Tummins, trying to get additional yardage. Can't do it. Gillespie had him and waited for some help that finally came. It will be a pickup of 7 yards.
Yeah, and they're going to at least punt the ball or show punt right here. And that's the right call. I was wondering there for just a second if they were thinking about maybe going for it. That would have been awful dangerous at the 35.
I'd still be aware of something here, guys.
Yeah, here it comes.
4th down and 3.
And we'd go off sides, and they knew it.
Yep. So Bearden draws the penalty, and another first down on a penalty on Dobyns-Bennett.
And Michael, that's a good call, and I really don't even
prior
think
to snap, encroachment, interior of the defensive line, 5-yard penalty, results in a first down.
And Michael, they've seen film and on film and on film, and they know how aggressive we are on line. And there's you another first down penalty on 4th down, and Michael, they knew it. I don't think they was going to snap it.
I'm not sure they were either, guys. They schemed us into that from the start. They ran out all quick, got us all excited, ran to the line, and got exactly what they want out of us.
1st and 10, Bearden at the 40. Brown still in it, running back. Parrott wants to throw. Parrott going down the right side. That pass is going to be completed to 25 to the 20, the 15 to the 10. There's a penalty marker down, guys, and I'm going to be honest with you, this might come back.
It would look like a lot of grabbing, and it looked like he kind of pushed off a little bit, anxious to see what this call is.
The play went all the way down inside the 10.
And you got some Bearden guys that are, a lot of conversation.
That's going to be calling on Dobyns-Bennett.
Yep, they're going to. Wow. Here's the replay, Steve, while we're listening to the call.
During the play, defensive pass interference. Defense number 20. That penalty is declined. Results of the play, first down.
Patton is the receiver. It's all the way down to the 10-yard line. It's a 30-yard throw to Patton.
A lot of hands on, can't quite tell on the replay, but both of them having a lot of hands, but
looked like a no call to me.
Yep, should have been.
So either way, if it was a no call, it works out because Patton made the catch. 1st and 10, 1st and goal, Bearden. Parrott throws it across the middle, incomplete. But we had a guy wide open in the flat.
And he's telling him too.
Had Brown wide open, tried to get it to Tummins, and it was broken up.
Michael, one thing about it, though, if you're going to have pass interference and you're beat, especially at the high school level, it's just 15 yards. Take him down.
Yeah, I mean, make it count in that situation. If it's a touchdown saving pass interference, there is such thing as that, unfortunately.
7:54 to go here in the first half. 7-6 Bearden, but the Bulldogs knocking on the door in the red zone here. 2nd and goal at the 10. Brown still in at running back. Brown has it. And nowhere to go. Andrew Myers, first one there for Dobyns-Bennett. No gain.
You know, Brown was upset at that last play, showed it a lot that because he was wide open, and you hope that he didn't talk the coach into basically giving him an opportunity right there because he had nowhere to go.
3rd and goal from the 10. By the way, the Indians got Braylon Banks back in at nose guard a couple of snaps ago. Parrott's to throw. Parrott under pressure, steps up, and he's going down at the 16-yard line. Parrott sacked. And who got to him? Dobyns-Bennett defensive lineman. It may have been Mr. Browder.
It was, but Myers kind of calls that. I mean, Myers kind of come with late blitz up the middle, made him step over that way, and he gobbled him up.
Hey guys, that zone blitz did it right there. I'm not sure he wasn't wanting to run the whole time with that ball anyways. As soon as he got through that gap, he saw Myers charging through, had to readjust, got run down.
So on 4th and goal from the 16, this will be a 33-yard field goal attempt by Kenny. The kick by Kenny is up. The kick by Kenny is no good. No good. So Dobyns-Bennett's defense denies Bearden in the red zone, and the Indians take over at the 20.
Tell you what, though, I had plenty of leg. He just missed it right. And but, I mean, into the wind right there, he showed some leg.
He did, guys. I'm not sure that really wasn't caused. Nobody touched it, but we did get a lot of heat on that kick. I think he felt a little uncomfortable, might have caused him to push it.
And you know, too, Michael, I'm not a kicker. I talk to a lot of kickers. Kicking in the wind like that and everything else is almost like hitting a golf ball. You don't want to overhook it because it will, into the wind will hook it a lot. Maybe he was afraid of that as well.
Yeah, the wind in your face is not just going to blow the ball back at you. It's going to warp it some other way, left or right as well.
1st and 10, Dobyns-Bennett at its 20. Trailing 7-6, 6.5 minutes to go before halftime. The give to Brooks. Brooks met behind the line of scrimmage, and down he goes. Another tackle for Eric Lytle.
I tell you what, he is so active at the line of scrimmage. He does, Michael, exactly what you want out of a linebacker. He is getting off blocks like they're not even there at this moment.
Yeah, I think that's what's separating him right now, is not just getting to the ball quick, but how he's doing it. He's getting downhill, meeting blocks head on, shivering them off, and immediately finding the football. Great eyes by that young man.
2nd and 11. Carson in shotgun formation will shovel it to Brooks coming right, and Brooks again tackled behind the line of scrimmage. This time he loses 2 yards.
I tell you right now, we're having no success with the running game.
Chesney, the tackle that time. Yes, our running backs have a total of 19 yards on 10 carries.
Interesting note here real quick, guys. When this 3-3 defense they're running, when we get an obvious passing down, what they're doing is taking out all defensive linemen, moving their 3 linebackers down on the line of scrimmage, bringing in 3 defensive backs to play linebacker.
Wow. So 3rd and 13 from the 17 for Dobyns-Bennett. Carson, here comes the blitz. Carson steps up. Carson in trouble, is slung down at the 12. Tackle again that time by Lytle.
Carson sacks in the backfield.
Somebody's got to find him. And I tell you what, and Michael, exactly what you just talked about, we don't see a whole lot of it, but it's almost like that old dime defense.
It is, and our offensive line's struggling right now to pick up the quickness of these guys, these down linemen. Those linebackers drop down as down linemen. We're really struggling. They're running around us real quick.
Manning standing in his own end zone to punt it away for Dobyns-Bennett.
There's going to be an offside.
A penalty marker down, and it will be on Bearden.
I'll give you a little room, get you out of the end zone.
Prior to snap, encroachment. Defense number 35. 5-yard penalty, still 4th down.
Still 4th and 12 with 4:41 to go here before halftime. Cummins back at his 41 for Bearden. Manning has it away. Short kick. It will bounce at the 48 and continue bouncing, and what a roll. That thing's going to go all the way inside the 35, inside the 30, the 29-yard line.
Yeah, I tell you what, not his best kick, but Michael, it was almost bad enough to where he cannot come up and field it and had that top spin on it and got a good break.
Yeah, he caught the returner there in no man's land. It's as a coach, you talk about, there's a certain point where as a returner, you don't try to go get it when it's going to be a stretch to get there. So he caught him there, ball landed, and we were lucky to get a good roll out of it.
A 53-yard punt at the end of the day from Manning, who's now averaging 50 on two boots on the night. 4:17 to go first half. Bearden has it at its 29. Parrott, shotgun formation. Parrott, the pass out here in the flat is complete. Out there, the receiver is Ford across the 30 to the 31, a pickup of about 2.
A good pursuit by Dobyns-Bennett. And guys, another update. Maryville is now resting they'll be well rested going into whoever they face on this game, because they started the second quarter now 35-0.
Great. 2nd and 8 at the 31.
And that grates for good for either one of these teams at this moment.
3 wideouts to the left for Parrott on 2nd and 8. Parrott, handoff, up the middle. Ironside makes a man miss. Ironside 45, 40, 45, all the way down to the Dobyns-Bennett 44. Touchdown saving tackle by Branson Carswell. And a 25-yard run by Ironside.
Yeah, I didn't know if Carswell was going to be able to get that extra gear and guide him. He did. We had an opportunity to make that tackle early in the line of scrimmage and missed it.
Kyle Ironside, a 25-yard run. And now whistle sounds. Bearden went to the line very quickly, didn't they?
Yeah, got back to the line real quickly. Got another quick snap by Ironside with, looks like Steve, no gain.
So that makes it 2nd down and 10. These teams are not supposed to snap it till I get all my stats recorded. I don't know if they know that or not.
Guys, I think they see us, our Indians defense over there with our hands on our hips, kind of sucking wind right now, and they're trying to take advantage of it.
Yeah, 2:43 left in the half here. Dobyns-Bennett down 7-6.
Late arrival off the sideline from Bearden is a replacement player. That was Riley Mahan, who came in late, and Bearden's going to be forced to take a timeout. 2:34 to go first half. 60-second break with Bearden leading 7-6 on ESPN Tri-Cities.
If you need it, rent it from Action Rentals and Sales. We're your one-stop shop for all equipment and tool rental needs in Kingsport, Rogersville, Johnson City, and serving Northeast Tennessee and Gate City. We also sell items including equipment supplies and general tool and safety supplies for both contractors and DIYers. Action Rentals Party Division offers superior event planning. They'll be by your side step by step to help plan your dream wedding, elegant benefit, backyard party. Action Rentals and Sales, 1861 North Eastman Road, Kingsport.
This is TC Baker, the trade-in man for Wallace Volkswagen in Bristol and Wallace Volkswagen in Johnson City. By now, you've heard the news. Used cars are fetching historic values. So we'll take any trade in any condition, even if it's not paid off. High mileage, cosmetic issues, that's okay. Rusted, busted, can't be trusted. All trade-ins are welcome. So come see me, TC Baker, today at Wallace Volkswagen on the Volunteer Parkway in Bristol and at Wallace Volkswagen on the corner of Oakland Avenue and Bristol Highway in beautiful Johnson City.
Negative trade equity financed in new loan. Subject to lender approval. Expires month end.
Now back to Ingalls High School football on ESPN Tri-Cities.
Out of the timeout, Parrott throwing it long down the right side, incomplete. Trying to get it to Buford over there. Covering was George Evans, I believe. And so it'll bring up 3rd down and 10.
And I tell you what, they are wanting to stretch a field. They have thrown down the field probably about 4 or 5 times now in this football game to try to get somebody behind the defensive backs, and it has worked a couple of times.
Clock stop, 2:27 to go. 3rd and 10, Bearden at the 44 of Dobyns-Bennett.
And you're wondering, with the way they've been able to stop our offense, is this 2-down territory?
Ironside in there at running back with Parrott. They'll fake it to Ironside going right. Parrott wants to throw under pressure. McVeigh has him. Now he's going to get rid of it to Ironside. Inside the 30, down to the 27 to make it the 28-yard line. Just kind of a busted play. Ironside was in there on protection, and he just kind of ran a late pattern, and Parrott found him for 16 yards.
Yeah, Russell kind of come up and had responsibility and then let Ironside kind of get behind him, and he had to turn back around, and that's one of them big plays that you got to have a stop, and we didn't get.
Ironside's first reception for 16 yards. Mark it at the 28-yard line. 1st and 10 for Bearden. Bulldogs here trying to score points late in the first half, get the ball to start the second.
2:08 to go in the half.
Parrott the handoff, and not much doing, as that was Thompson that time. No gain, met by the heart of the Indian line. Banks is in there, along with Sam Browder.
Clock running, 1:47 left here, and really Bearden's not, they're kind of no huddling, but not in a hurry.
Well, the Dogs do have 2 timeouts remaining here. 2nd and 10. Brown on the flare coming left. Parrott now. Late pressure from Dobyns-Bennett as Carswell knocks it down.
Pass broken up.
Not sure exactly who he was throwing. He may have even been just throwing it away.
And I'll be honest with you, where he was thrown at, I did not see a receiver in the area. He might actually got a break by Carswell knocking it down.
So that will bring up 3rd down and 10.
Another big 3rd down for this Dobyns-Bennett Indian team. The hold here, I think, because I think now they're definitely Michael in 2-down territory.
Yeah, I agree. This is a big play, a big series going into the half. But 2-down territory, big 3rd down, 3rd and long. Got to have one here.
Brown, the running back now for Bearden. Parrott to throw. Parrott going down the left sideline, and that's going to be incomplete. Trying to get to the corner again with Evans on the coverage, and I believe they were trying to get it to Buford again.
Yeah, and I'll be honest with you, that was just a bad route by
maybe Ford, excuse me, was the intended receiver.
Yeah, and just a bad route really by Ford, and it is 2-down territory, but he had a step, but I mean just not a well-executed route, and helped with the incompletion.
Well, Indians can get a stop here. Bearden did some favors by throwing some incomplete passes. Dobyns-Bennett's got 3 timeouts left.
Well, we've struggled, though, on 4th down, Steve.
Yes. At least it's not 4th and less than 5. Parrott to throw. That pass is going to be incomplete. That thing fluttered just a bit. Gillespie on the coverage. And so the Dogs turn it over. And I believe they were trying to get it to Patton.
And maybe that's right there where you see the inexperience or the sophomore Parrott played very well at quarterback, but he just Michael didn't get stepped into that throw. When you don't step on that strong side, the ball tends to kind of float on you.
Yeah, I agree with your assessment right there. He didn't seem like he stepped into it, kind of threw it back-footed, and ball floated up just a little bit. It almost looked like when the ball went in the air from my angle that their receiver was going to have a chance to still get to it, but luckily I had the bad angle there, right?
That's okay.
1st and 10, Dobyns-Bennett at the 28, trailing by 1:15 to go first half. Carson in shotgun formation, throws it across middle to Keldon Mullins. Mullins will have about 6 yards to the 34. The clock runs.
I think that's what you needed. You needed a 6-yard. And we're going to have a stop the clock. You got one on the ground, guys. All the way down to 58 seconds. They should have stopped that clock 10 seconds ago. And it's one of Bearden's. I think it's a number 1.
Might have been.
Yeah, guys, it is.
Yeah, that's the linebacker in the call. Was he the one on the tackle? Might have been the one on the tackle of Mullins. Not sure.
Yeah, he was up. I saw him, and he just sat down. And there for a minute, I thought was a cramp, but I can't tell on the video where they're actually working at. It almost looks like an upper leg type thing, but I don't want to assume anything.
It'll be 2nd and 4. It was a warm day here in Kingsport. It's cooled off, though, quite a bit here this evening. Jackets are out on the sidelines. But we saw last week, even on a cool night, you can have a lot of cramping. Don't know if that's what it is, but the call is going to be up and walking to the sideline.
It's a little limp, but the way he's walking out, it doesn't look much more than maybe a cramp.
58 seconds to go first half. Coach Christian having a word with the official. I don't know if that was a timing thing or not, but anyway, 2nd and 4. And they signal the clock to start. It does not. Carson back to throw. Carson's going to go long. Down the left sideline looking for the comeback route, and it's incomplete. Gillespie nearly had it, but then it was knocked away at the last minute. Good defensive play by Bearden.
Yeah, Michael, there's a replay here as well, but while I'm looking at the replay, when he came back for it, though, it looked like he got held a little bit.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. I'm watching the replay just up here on the big screen, but it certainly looked that way. Not as much on the replay, but it looked like he got a little handsy with him, but nonetheless, good play.
No, I actually have to say, after watching the replay, it did look like it, but he's actually just going for the football, and that was actually a good no call.
3rd and 4 for the Indians. In motion, Dixon. Carson to throw, looking across the middle to Mullins. It's tipped and intercepted.
No, dropped.
Clow had it for just a minute and just couldn't bring it in.
Well, and Cloud's got a cast on his left arm. That might have affected him a little bit. But I tell you what, that's another pass right there. We're going to have to punt, luckily with the wind. But But, Michael, we talked about Parrott stepping into the throw. When you're throwing downwind, you have to step in it, and you can't let it float out of your hand. You got to get that ball spinning to keep it down. Yeah, for sure. And when you're throwing down that seam like that, you can't throw that ball high. There's just no matter what, win, no win, you can't leave that ball high. Yeah, you got to throw that ball. If you're going to miss at the feet. Correct.
4th and 4. Manning in to punt again from his own 34-yard line. Tummins back deep. Manning boots it away high, end over end punt. Tummins will take it at the 22. Tummins trying to find room. Tummins to the 25, and hemmed in and dropped as he gets about to the 26-yard line.
That's going to stop the clock with 30.2 seconds left, and there is a flag on the play as well, guys. Hopefully this ain't some kind of 15-yarder against Dobyns-Bennett, because I think if you start there, I don't think they'll do a whole lot, but we'll see what the call is. I'm hoping it's a hold, but it'd be an odd place for a hold.
You guys, we're on the, 20, they're standing on the 27, and he threw that from about midfield, so I'm not sure what that was.
Here's the call. After we do some more discussions.
During the return, illegal block in the back. Kicking team, number 1. That's a 10-yard penalty from the end of the run. First down.
Okay.
Illegal block in the back on the return. Explain that one to us, Mr. Holt.
Guys, if I could explain that one to you, I would have already. I'm not sure that the kicking team has any responsibility to block, much less in the back, so who knows?
The return was 3 yards to the 25. The penalty 10 yards to the 35. 1st and 10 Bearden. 30 seconds to go in the first half. Empty backfield for Parrott.
They're going to take a shot right here.
Parrott to throw. Indians coming with late pressure with Carswell. The pass is going to be incomplete. 2 receivers were down there. That was Ford and Buford, but neither one could get there, and it's incomplete pass.
And I think Ford and Buford, one of those young men, were in the wrong place, Michael. There's not a pass play that a coach calls up that 2 receivers are in the exact same spot.
No, they were running a little rub route. One of them was going to try to go vertical, and I think they got a little bit tangled up.
2nd and 10 from the 35. Clock stopped, 24.9 seconds to go first half. Here's a delayed give to Thompson. Thompson will have about 3 yards, and now timeout call. Who called that?
I think we did. No, they did. That's surprising. After running a draw play. Eli Smith and Myers both on that, and that's a good job, Michael. I mean, you kind of spread everybody out. They just went deep
Play
down.
clock operator, please set the play clock to 20.1 seconds. Thank you.
All right, 21 seconds. But Michael, I'll tell you what, that's a play that you can sometimes get a big chunk on, and but both Myers and Smith did a great job of sniffing that out.
Yeah, that's why you see the draw run so many times on 3rd and long or 2nd and long, even like that right there. See if they can get a little chunk of it back. And as a linebacker, it's very easy to fall asleep on that one. They've got everybody spread out, and all you're thinking is pass. You know, you've got minimal seconds left in the half, and then they sneak it in on you. Good job by both of those guys right there to stop that.
Still a little bit surprised that Bearden would call a timeout with 20.1 seconds to go on 3rd and 8. I mean, if that was a pop play for a first down or something, try to do something, but that was not the case. 3rd and 8 now, and whistle sounds, I guess we're ready for play.
Yep.
Parrott shotgun formation again. On 3rd and 8, high snap, Parrott has it. Throw across the middle is incomplete. Patton had it momentarily, knocked away by Gillespie.
And Michael, that's why I can't understand the timeout right there, because now it's 4th down. You got a punt, and with 14 seconds, it's 14.7 seconds left. That's not I mean, you could really come after this and make something happen.
Yeah, I'm not sure about all that. From the play selection to then the timeout, and then here we are on 4th, and we're having a punt with 14 seconds left. Yeah, you never know what can happen on a return right here.
So Ford will punt from his 37. Ford, little rugby-style punt, a line drive. Barely got off the ground, and Oak Ridge touched it at the 37. Oak Ridge hit it at the 37. That's got to come all the way back out to the point where Oak Ridge, where Bearden touched it.
Yes.
And an official does have it marked over here. So that will be only a 26-yard punt. I'll tell you what, the way Ford hit that thing, he's fortunate that it got through everybody without hitting one of his own
ball will be
players
placed at the spot of first down. First down.
He said first down, but he meant first touch. He said the spot will be placed at the first down, but it should have been first touch. But yeah, Steve, exactly what you said. Kind of went rugby style and had the three blockers kind of going with him, and he could have easily put that in the back of one of those guys. And that's where I was talking about. That was an odd timeout by Bearden there on the second down draw.
Well, not going to amount to much because it looks like Dobyns-Bennett will just take the knee here to end the half on the team rush by Carson.
Halftime.
A loss of 1 yard, and that will be the end of the first half. Your score at halftime is Bearden 7 and Dobyns-Bennett 6. We're back in 2 minutes with halftime activities right here on ESPN Tri-Cities.
Dobyns-Bennett band is excited to present their 2022 competition band show tonight. Dobyns-Bennett show is entitled Candide and includes music from Leonard Bernstein's opera of the same. Dobyns-Bennett is proud to present drum majors Ella Halliburton, Brian Drew, and Caden Powers, and the Dobyns-Bennett Competition Marching Band. The band is performing an abridged version of the show tonight because the choir members have a performance at Meadowview tonight in celebration of the Kingsport Chamber's 75th anniversary. High School Appalachian Classic, where they were also first place overall. We hope you will come and see the band perform the full show in costume this coming Monday night at 7 p.m. here at J. Brett Johnson Stadium as they perform the show for the last time in Kingsport before heading to defend their Class AAA National Championship at the Bands of America Grand National.
get anything going in the second half, guys, they've got to figure out how to run the football.
We got to figure out how to run the football. I mean, there's been absolutely just no, not even what you would say, Steve, a glimpse of hope. I mean, we had the one run, I think, 6 or 7 yards. But after that, I mean, Michael, I don't know if you're down with us or not, if you're back, but if you are, I mean, you're up front there. And, I mean, and even when it looks like there's a hole, I mean, it closes up quick, and we're talking right at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, guys, it definitely is. It's been tough sledding in the first half, definitely. In that, you know, like I said early, the nose tackle was controlling guard to guard. And if he's able to keep doing that, it's not going to change. We have to figure out a way to get him off the football, whether it's doubling him or whatever we need to do. We've got to figure out a way to make some headway there where our running backs have a chance to get north and south instead of being met at or behind the line of scrimmage.
And, Michael, you know, we've played some tackle-over style football, running the football early in the year, used the H-back a lot for blocking. Might be 1 or 2 of those required here to open some holes for our backs.
Yeah, I would anticipate something along those lines, whether it be a heavy set or whether it be incorporating the H-back in that blocking scheme a little bit more. That's something that I feel like we've had a good bit of success with this year, using our H-back there as a fold-under blocker. And look for something along those lines to show its head here or show its face here in the second half, because we've got to do something.
And also, Gillespie's been very effective out there against man coverage, too. So I think you got to find your senior receiver guys and get him the football another 3 or 4 times here in the second half as well.
Well, I think you do. And I think with the success that they've had with run, you have to see if they make an adjustment. That is the one player that we've had big hits with, and you got to look and see if maybe they decide to start moving and sliding the safety over top and maybe helping him out a little bit if it does. And Michael, if you've coached enough defense, if you get that safety sliding over to get help on the boundary, that should open up maybe the middle of the field and maybe help bust some runs on that side of the field.
Yeah, definitely. It's all about spacing. It is. That safety has to make a choice at some point. If you threaten him at his level, at the second level with multiple receivers, he eventually does have to make that decision and hope he's right. That's something that we should go to in the second half, is really put pressure on the back end of their secondary. Defensively,
I think Dobyns-Bennett's playing well enough to win the football game, guys. A couple of big plays passing, and one big rush. But other than that, I think Dobyns-Bennett's doing a nice job. I mean, they're only 6 out of 18 passing, 13 carries, a modest 68 yards. Those are numbers you can live with.
It is numbers you can live with. And like I said, their touchdown coming in the first quarter over a turnover and gave them a short field. And since then, we have kind of bowed our backs. And, yes, we've gave
up. Hey, guys, let me hop in here. I got Coach Christian with you just out of locker room here. Coach, first half, tough sledding in a lot of ways there. Defense bowed their back a couple times going into the half. Obviously, that gives you some confidence there. What are your thoughts coming out here in the second half?
Well, you're right. Our defense played well. First half, I thought we've covered well. We've done a good job there. We've got pressure at times on Parent. We've been able to make some things go there. We got to continue to play well up there. It's going to be, obviously, right now, this first drive, we need to get a stop, something. Offensively, it's been a struggle. I say all the time that 6A football is a line of scrimmage ball game, and right now, offensively, we are not winning the line of scrimmage. We have got to, we've got to find a way. Somehow they have pretty much stoned our running game from the get-go. So we're going to have to find something, find a way to get something going in the running game, and or else we're going to have to turn it into the old Chargers of the 70s or something, throw it all over the field.
I hear you, Coach. You took the words right out of my mouth there on the running game part of it. What do we do there to get that running game going, as far as scheming them, or is it just a matter of executing what we know to execute? We need to we got to execute our wide zone a little better there. We got to get them stretched out a little bit better on that. Our counter plays that's been pretty much non-existent. We had an inside zone one time, so we may come back and do a little bit more inside zone, but we still got to chip away at wide zone. All right, Coach, let's get him in the second half. Thank you. Roll Tribe. Roll Tribe.
All right, thank you very much, Mike Holt, down on the field. Good job catching up with with Coach Christian. A lot of things for the Indian coaching staff to talk about at halftime for sure.
Well, there is. And Steve, we have done some good things. I mean, there's no question. I mean, you've held them to 7 points. But the thing about it is you're still down 1. You've got to find a way. You've got to find some points. And you need to flip this pretty quick and maybe make them try to do something a little different, because what we're seeing out of them is they're a player or two away as well of finding a hole, finding a seam. So I'm sure that, we're making adjustments. Bearden is definitely making adjustments. I'm sure that if we talk to their coaching staff, they're like, well, we should have had 21 points or 20 points on the board. So, I mean, it's a game of adjustments in the second half, and you got to see what you can do with them.
Don't forget, guys, we are live on the live stream on NFHS Network. That brought to you tonight by Spivey, King & Spivey, the law firm here in Kingsport, doing a great job. Any legal needs you may have, go ahead and give Spivey, King & Spivey a shout. They've been practicing law with a number of different lawyers for many, many years. And whatever your situation is, they can help you. It could be legal, if you will. It could be some kind of business dealing. It could be, heaven forbid, divorce or custody issues. But whatever your legal needs are, Spivey, King & Spivey can help you out. And we appreciate them helping us out, making this live stream available tonight on the NFHS Network, and it will be on YouTube a little bit later on a tape-delayed broadcast. So we appreciate those folks greatly and everything they provide for us here at Dobyns-Bennett High School.
Yeah, just not for tonight, Steve, but I mean, the Spivey, King & Spivey took the sponsorship for this whole year. I mean, this year and last year, you've been able to get Dobyns-Bennett home games for free on YouTube, and that's pretty impressive, and that's the thanks to Spivey, King & Spivey.
And, of course, NFHS Network has the broadcast rights for the playoffs. It's contracted by the TSSAA, so that's how they get involved. And, I'm a subscriber to that, NFHS Network. I watch a lot of stuff on that network, so some pretty good stuff there. We're fortunate that here at ESPN Tri-Cities that they want to have us involved, and we appreciate Jimmy Burleson, head coach, and athletic director Frankie DeBusk, and Coach Christian for allowing us to be part of it.
Yeah, I mean, we really do appreciate them allowing that to do that and give Jimmy Burleson a lot of credit. They will sometimes bring their own crews, and he said, hey, we do a live stream. How about you just taking our feed? They checked it out. They liked it. They got us on there, and we appreciate it. And we appreciate all the fans, not just Dobyns-Bennett Indian fans, the Bearden Bulldog fans who have tuned in. I mean, we're all seeing a great game, and we got another half to go. And also, hey, our hats off to Wes Franklin as well. I mean, we've seen him run around here and crazy, and he produces and puts all this together. And our hats off for that whole team, the students with the cameras and everything else, and appreciate what they do to give you this broadcast.
Yeah, should never forget Mr. Franklin upstairs. He makes it happen. He's our producer, and he talks to you all the time. So here we go. We start the second half. Dobyns-Bennett to kick off. And the kickoff by Titan Thomas is going to be a short. It's an onside kick by Dobyns-Bennett. The Indians have recovered at the Bearden 48-yard line.
And I tell you what, you want to be able to flip the script, flip the field, flip the possessions, Michael. That's a huge call by Dobyns-Bennett. Caught everybody off surprise. Big first down for Dobyns-Bennett.
Gutsy move right there and executed to perfection. If I'm not mistaken, blockers got out in front just like they knew to. Our kicker recovered that ball.
So Thomas recovers his onside kick. And Dobyns-Bennett has it 1st and 10 at the Bearden 48. Let's see if the Indians can make something happen here with Carson Christian. 3 wideouts left for the Indians. Their running back is Simpson, I believe. It is. Mullins in motion right to left. The give is to Simpson up the middle, 45. Simpson down to about the 41-yard line. He'll have 7 yards on first down. A good start for the Tribe.
Yeah, that's the way to come out and fire off the ball. We were talking about the running game, how you've got nothing, and you come out onside kick. Kind of got Bearden's defense on their heels, and Dobyns-Bennett with a big run on first down.
2nd and 3 for the Indians, a short 3. Simpson stays in there at running back. Carson looking to throw to the right. That is complete to Russell. And that'll be down to the 37-yard line. That'll be a select 7 credit union. 1st and 10, the first for the Indians since the first quarter. We'll actually mark it at the 36. That'll be a 5-yard pickup for the Indians.
You got to kind of read that. It was a great play. But number 4, Preston LaBanca, jumped that route a little bit. He was a little late getting there, but made the tackle. So you have to keep an eye on that. It looks like that they're going to press a little bit more, Michael, and tack that short pass.
Yeah, that looked a little odd to me. We looked at him for a while. It was like Jake stared him down, and the corner never made a break on it. We got to be careful with that. We may be setting him up for a little something down the road, too.
1st and 10. Dixon in motion again, right to left. Carson fakes the handoff. Carson rolling right, and will have to throw it out of bounds. That was Eli Wallace in there at running back for Dobyns-Bennett, and Carson goes down and gets up, but it's an incomplete pass.
Yeah, it looked like we were going play action and having him roll out. And I tell you what, another their defensive line, I tell you, is just so quick off the block, and to be so big, they are so quick and athletic. And Carson did a great job of just getting that out of his hands and lived to play another down.
2nd and 10. I believe Simpson back in there now for Dobyns-Bennett. Gillespie, Dixon, and Russell all out to the left. Mullins coming over, joining them as an H-back that direction. Carson fakes to Simpson, pass to Dixon complete, and he's immediately hit. Dixon will pick up about 4 yards, however. And it brings up 3rd and 6.
Another short just pass, just kind of sit in the zone. And I'm like Michael. I mean, you complete a couple of these guys are going to start taking steps forward on these pass routes, and you're going to be able to maybe bust one over top of their heads. You keep having success with this little 4- and 5-yard dinks.
Indians might be in 2-down territory here, guys. 3rd and 6 from the 32. Dixon and Gillespie come out to the right. Russell stays up top on the left side. Mullins again, the tight end now. Bearden brings a couple up off the edges. They're both coming. Carson coming from backside, and they got to him. Back there was Nicole, the linebacker, who came off the left side and sacks Carson. Back at the 37-yard line, a loss of 5.
I think that takes you out of 2-down territory, Steve, and they did. Here comes the punt team by. You just can't hold on to the football that long with this. I mean, he did try to step in the pocket a little bit, but it was kind of a pump and go route, but there's just not enough time to run that route.
So Manning will try to pin Bearden inside its 20-yard line. He's had 5 inside the 20 already this year, coming in on 16 punts. Now 19, Manning angling towards the right sideline, punts it away, and Bearden will let it bounce, and it will bounce right at the goal line and skip into the end zone for a touchback.
Right idea, just didn't get it quite to the corner enough.
So the onside kick worked to perfection, but Dobyns-Bennett unable to capitalize. And so with 9 minutes to go here in the 3rd quarter, Bearden takes over at its 20-yard line.
Real quick, going back to that 3rd down play there, that was what I was talking about when I said we may be setting them up for something. That was the double move. I figured we were running all those stop routes forward. Just didn't have time to get rid of it.
So Bearden, 2 wideouts left and right, almost a stack look over top of both of them. Fake the iron side, passes complete out in the flat, breaking tackles 20, 25, 30. 1st down yardage for Buford, out to about the 31-yard line.
After us missing him twice, another great tackle by Carswell.
They'll give Buford 12 yards and a 1st down.
Going back to the same look, Steve.
1st and 10. Faked, pass out again to Buford. Buford breaks another tackle and skips out of bounds as he gets to the 37. Pickup of 5.
And right now, you got Vidal and Russell over on that side, and that's twice they've done that stack, kind of throw a receiver quick kind of screen type deal and let that front receiver get a block, and got positive yardage both times, and looks like they're going to run the same look again.
2nd 5 from the 37. Parrott to throw. Parrott wants to take a shot this time downfield, and Buford diving for it, can't get it, but he had a step.
Buford just ran by Vidal. He kind of did a little hesitant move and got Vidal to kind of stutter with him, and then he just ran by him. Luckily, the ball was just too far out in front of him.
Guys, in my opinion, Buford's as dangerous as any of them out here. He is shifty. I mean, he is quick. His feet are very, very, very quick.
5'11", 160 freshman, too, Michael. 3rd and 5. Parrott to throw. Parrott across the middle, complete to Ford. Ford needed 5, got 6. First down, Bearden.
Yeah, kind of got him lined up on Evans. And Evans, as a safety, kind of playing off on him, just kind of a quick inside slant and hit him on the numbers. It was a good tackle by Evans. Got there with the ball. He held on to it. Another first down for the Bearden Bulldogs.
1st and 10 at the 43. Parrott fakes the pass, wants to run the draw, trying to find a hole. Started up the middle, then cut it over the right. He'll be across the 45 to about the 47. 4 yards for Parrott.
Yeah, it was kind of more of a quarterback draw, and wanted to take it right up the middle, but it got clogged up and bounced it out and took a little nothing and picked 4 yards out of it.
7:48 to go, third quarter. Bearden with possession, leading by 1, 7-6. Trips right for Bearden. Parrott will throw it out there to Buford again. Buford puts his head down, and just not a lot of room out there to the short side of the field. Indians will knock him out of bounds over there. Evans and Carswell and Vidal and company. Maybe a yard. That'll be about it.
Yeah, and it's a big yard. It's a big 3rd down now for this Dobyns-Bennett defense. They've been putting a couple of first downs together here. You get you a stop right here. I would be surprised if they would go 2-down territory here.
3rd and 5 for Bearden from the 48. Parrott, late pressure, out in the flat, complete, and reaching the ball towards the yardstick was a Bearden receiver, and then he dropped it out of bounds. And they're going to mark it right there at the yardstick. It's probably going to be a first down. And I believe that was to Patton again out there, was it not? Yes. Patton needed 5, and I think he got 5.
And kind of got a break. I think helping him get that 5 was sticking that arm out, but that was dangerous because he did not hold on to it. But good break that it went out of bounds for this Bearden Bulldogs.
So Bearden converts another 3rd and 5. It's 1st and 10 now at the Tribe 47. 3 wideouts now left for Parrott. Parrott will keep it himself on the option around the right side of his running room. Parrott's going to take it all the way down the right sideline. There's a penalty marker, however, and they're going to get Bearden for a hold, I believe, at the 35-yard line.
And that's one of those holds that probably didn't need to happen. I tell you, great call. They've seen some film. They saw they said they was at Johnson City. They was scouting it out, and I tell you what, we've had the last couple of games, some real problems on the backside of help, and we'll get the call here, and we'll let you talk a little bit more about that.
During the run, holding, offense number 17, 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul, still first down.
Go ahead. Well, I was just going to go back to Michael, and Michael, that's it. We once again got a break on the hold call, but basically lost containment on the backside.
Yeah, we're collapsing, chasing the ball, or what we think is the ball, straight down the line of scrimmage, and just giving the quarterback too much room to run. That right there was scouted. That was something that their coaches saw during the week for sure.
They just marked 15 yards off.
Yeah, and I think they know that too, and I think their coach is Coach Jones is over there pleading his case like that's just a 10-yard penalty.
Yeah, it should be back at basically the original line of scrimmage. The penalty was marked originally from the 37. It should be at the 47.
Let's see, now they're going to remark it. And it's going to be at the 47. You are correct, Steve. I liked it better with the 15, though.
Yeah, I wanted 15. So we're back where we started, 1st and 10 at the 47, but the touchdown run by Parrott nullified. He was gone. I did see the offending party out there have a little bit of Dobyns-Bennett jersey on the call for the binoculars. I did not see the penalty flag till late, however. Parrott to throw. Here's pressure. Parrott down the left sideline. A man is there. Ford diving for it. Can't come up with it. Ford had a step on the Indian defense.
And I tell you right now, if they could get their timing down, and they have got some guys that's got behind us in the secondary, Michael, and right now he's just overthrowing them.
Yeah, I mean, that's a few of them right there in the last few minutes here that they've had every chance in the world, and he's just a little bit excited on his throws. Something else to note is things are getting a little chippy in the trenches now, guys. Our D-line and their O-line are flat getting after it.
6:20 to go, third quarter. Bearden still leading by 1, 7-6. Tight formation now for Bearden. Toss forward to Thompson. Thompson makes a cut around the left side. He'll be down to about the 42-yard line. That is a pass on the pitch to Thompson from Parrott.
Now, if you're a Bearden fan, now you're thinking, with it being 3rd and 5, that are we in 2-down territory? You're kind of in that area. If you're Dobyns-Bennett Indians here, you really need to stop a no gain, Michael. You got to get this to where they have to really think about it going forward on 2 downs. You do. You need to stop a big stop for little or nothing right here. Make them think hard about it. Either way, we've got to put this drive to an end. They've had the ball for a long while.
Third and 5 of the drive, 2 for Bearden. Parrott pass across the middle. Good catch by Ford. Had to reach behind him. Ford will have it inside the 30, all the way down to the 27-yard line. 15 yards and another Bearden first down.
Great catch by Ford, but it's still that slot receiver and that inside slant. It was on the opposite side of the field with Bearden going into hurry up here on a big first down.
Give up the middle. This is Brown. Brown will have it down about the 23-yard line.
Guys, real quick, it seems like we're having some problems with leverage here on those slants and on those easy in routes. Leverage is a big part of the game in the secondary, and right now we're struggling to keep inside leverage on these guys.
This drive started with 9 minutes to go in the third quarter. Now less than 5. 2nd and 7 from the Dobyns-Bennett 24 for Bearden. Parrott rolling right. Parrott throws it down towards the corner again and intended for Ford, and again too far out in front. And another 3rd down now for Bearden.
Michael, you was talking about on that 3rd down slot slant. Really, it's either a will linebacker or safety lined up on them and really giving them a 6-yard cushion in that slot, and he's just running underneath the coverage.
Yeah, that's the thing, is a will linebacker right there. I don't know exactly how we've schemed it this week or whatever else they have options of throwing there. But, yeah, I mean, it looks like right here on this play, we're definitely inside leverage now.
3rd and 7. Parrott again rolling right. Man in the flat is open for it. He didn't see him. Pass down, a pass for it, may be caught. Penalty marker down, however, back at the 36-yard line.
They're calling a catch. We'll see what the penalty is. It looks like in a position of hold. But, Michael, I tell you, from up here, I don't know if you can see it where you're standing at. That was one of those rub routes that almost could have been an illegal pick, but here's the call by the official.
During the play, holding, offense number 60. 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. Repeat 3rd down.
But, Michael, back to you on that but I mean, that's there's a big difference between a rub and a flat-out pick.
Yeah, there definitely is. They have been running excessive amounts of rub routes all night. That's something that is obviously a big part of their offensive game plan, and they've executed them pretty well for the most part. But right there, yeah, that was pretty close to a block, not a rub.
12-yard penalty from the spot of the foul, which was the 26 back to the 36, makes it 3rd down and 19.
We've got
the Bulldogs.
And we've got to figure out a way to get off the field on 3rd downs, guys.
Parrott looking to the sideline, an empty backfield for Parrott. Parrott wants to throw, late pressure, going down the right side again. Ball up for grabs, tipped around, and incomplete. 2 Bearden receivers down there, 3 Dobyns-Bennett defensive backs. Almost looked like a Hail Mary at the end of the first half.
I tell you, that's exactly how I felt about it. They had trips on that side, and the 2 outside guys just took off on kind of a streak routes, and we had man over coverage there and had 3 guys down there. Like you said, it was kind of just thrown up almost like for a a Hail Mary, and maybe they were looking to get that pass interference call that we had a bunch on last week on go routes. And now with 13 seconds left on the play clock, and I think Bearden's going to let this play clock run down, call timeout, and try to figure out what they want to do on 4th and 19.
Or they could take a 5-yard penalty and turn it away. So I think that's what just happened. I think Bearden will just take a 5-yard delay of game penalty.
And that's exactly what they're going to do.
Delay a game, offense, 5-yard penalty, still 4th down.
Bearden 7 penalties for 62 yards now. Dobyns-Bennett only 4 for 25.
Michael, they know their kicking game better than ours, but I swear, with the rugby style kind of kick, and there's a quick snap.
Ford has it away. It's another line drive. It will bounce and roll inside the 10, still rolling. Inside the 5, down to the 4-yard line.
Well, they know what they was doing. They took the 5-yard penalty and got it on the 4. So, but I mean, I just kind of thought instead of taking the penalty with the rugby style, you'd have just kicked it to the corner.
Yeah, I mean, I would have thought the 5-yard penalty was certainly there, probably not even for the rugby style, but with that being their punter, they knew what they were doing a lot better than we did. That was very clear on that play. We got to dig ourselves out of this hole now.
Well, the biggest thing is after the onside kick here with 4 minutes left in the third quarter, Steve, but you do the onside kick, and the biggest thing that does is at least flips the field position, and we did get it flipped, but give Bearden credit with a bunch of first downs right there. They didn't score, but they're back now playing on our side of the field.
And they ran 15 plays on that possession, too. Indians straight up the middle out of the own end zone, and Simpson may lose a yard back to the 3. If that was Simpson. I think it was. Still not for sure.
Size-wise, I think you're right. Okay, I still don't see a number myself. I'll tell you what, I don't think you can run 3 plays up the middle right here. You're going to have to do, I understand why you want to be safe.
Franklin.
But you're going to have to do something besides running up the middle, get out of this end zone.
Franklin, the running back, on 3rd and 11. Franklin in the end zone, maybe barely got out of the end zone. He's back inside the 1. Is Franklin. He loses 2 more yards.
That's what I'm saying is they know we're going to run the ball up the middle. And Michael, you're running middle, shotgun formation. I mean, you're already 6 yards deep in the end zone. I mean, I think you got to get something a little creative. Get out of this on 3rd down.
Yeah, I mean, 2 in a row up the middle, it does at a point become a little bit predictable for the defense. We've got to get crafty here and find a way to get the ball on the edge somehow, get some yards and get out of this hole.
The ball could not be any closer to the goal line without being on the goal line. Carson in his own end zone. Carson looking to throw under pressure, gets it out here and incomplete, looking for Russell. But Carson was under pressure and had to get rid of it. Now the Indians will have to punt it away from underneath its own goalpost.
Yeah, and that was a good job by Jake Carson right there in the sense of, guys, he was trying to throw a guy open and he felt the pressure. Instead of taking that sack in the end zone, he threw the out route. It was late, but at least he did not get sacked in the end zone. If you're Bearden, this could have not worked out any better.
Nope. Tummins back deep at the DB 40. Manning with his feet on the end line. So not a lot of room for Great Manning to punt it out of here.
I'm sure Bearden is sending the house, at least I would think so.
Certainly appear to be. Manning has a snap and he'll punt it away. It will be Tummins taking it at the 47. 45-40. Tummins at the 35, knocked down as he gets to the 34.
So Cummins takes about 5 yards, Steve, and cuts it back to the middle of the field. I think if he kept going down to the Dobyns-Bennett side, he had a lot more running room.
But the longest punt return of the year against Dobyns-Bennett's punt team, 13 yards down to the 34, and Bearden in great field position again. 1st and 10 at the Indian 34, 2:28 to go 3rd quarter. 7-6 Bearden. That was a 47-yard punt by Manning. He did everything you could ask of a punter to get it out of there.
Yeah,
a 47-yard punt, 46-yard punt.
Yeah, and short snap. I mean, he got rid of it quick, got it out of there. Now Dobyns-Bennett's got to play some defense again.
Bearden leaves it on the ground. Not much there. Justin Hale will make the tackle. There's a Bearden running back. I believe that was Ironside. Will get about 2 yards to the 32.
Now Bearden's got one on the ground. It looks like, if I'm not mistaken, Owen Matthews, is senior, the one of the right tackles.
And he was way on the other side of that play too, wasn't he?
Yeah, and he was actually trying to make his way to the sideline. I think it is a cramp, but they've got him up. But I think he was trying to get off the field and just couldn't get off of it.
2:07 to go here at the clock. Stopped in the third quarter. Be 2nd and 8 coming up for Exeter. Mark that at the, we'll say 2nd and 8. Some games are final already, guys, in the playoffs at 8:53 p.m.
Well, that's those, I guarantee you, they're all blowouts.
Yeah. It's 1-10 team losing and 2-9 team losing. I'll leave it at that. 2nd and 8 for Bearden. Ironside stays into that running back beside Parrott, who has 3 wideouts to the right. Parrott looking, going right, pass downfield. It's going to be incomplete.
And that's great defense. I tell you, he kind of had the inside route, and that was Evans, the safety, on coverage and picks him up. And Michael, good job. I mean, he had his back turned, got it turned around at the right time, had inside position. That's how you teach it.
That's exactly how you do it. He about picked that ball off, guys. That ball hit him right in the breadbasket just as he turned around. About made an even bigger play. Good play, George Evans.
They're trying to get it to Buford again. So it's 3rd and 8 now from the 32. Closer to the 31, actually. Gained a few inches on respotting the ball. Here's Parrott under pressure. Andrew Myers slings him down back at the 49-yard line. A 17-yard loss on the sack of Parrott by Andrew Myers.
And got a horrible spot, but the bigger down is, Steve, we've got a man down. It's one of the interior guys.
I believe that's Harris, guys.
Yeah, Christopher Harris, who struggled all week in practice.
See, we got a huge break on that because, I mean, I felt like that Myers gets him at around the 46-yard line and slings him back 3 yards, and they keep the 3 yards.
Yeah. Same guy that marked the ball when Franklin got picked up and thrown down about, it was Franklin, I think, that got thrown back 3 yards last week. Clock stopped, 1:19 to go third quarter. It's 4th and 27 for Bearden. But what a big defensive stand again here by Dobyns-Bennett. But the field position battle here clearly going Bearden's way since about the 9-minute mark of this quarter. And eventually that pays off if you don't flip it.
Yeah, and Harris is up, and he is not in good shape at all. Very gingerly limping, and we didn't know what the injury was all week, but we'll say that his left calf is definitely taped up and bandaged up pretty good. But, you know, we did the onside kick to start the second half, Michael, real quick. They're getting ready to punt, but Scott got a little couple of plays that was going, but since then they flipped the field on us, and we've not been able to do anything.
No, we hadn't, guys, and our defense has been on the field all second half so far. This is a big stop for us. Our offense has got to make some moves here.
So punting the ball again will be Ford. And he's going to get some pressure. He doesn't get the ball very high. But Bearden has 3 back there protecting. Low snap, Ford to the right, and kicks away. Now, as soon as I say he doesn't get it high, he boots it up in the air, and it's going to bounce. Doesn't take a great Bearden bounce. Now turns right and heads downfield. Still rolling. That's going to go all the way down to the 11-yard line this time. So that'll be a punt of 38 yards by Ford.
Well, at least you're not in the very back of your end zone and maybe be able to play something here. But I think we're getting into this game with 53 seconds left. in the third quarter, I think that you're going to have to try to open up the playbook a little bit. We still try to come out. We had a first play of the second half, had a 7-yard run since then. No running game still, and you've got to find a way to stretch the field and get the ball down the field.
1st and 10, Dobyns-Bennett at the 11. Running back in there will be Peyton Brooks this time for the Indians. 3 wideouts to the right. Mullins in motion. Brooks up the middle, 10, 15, 20. Running over defenders at the 22, out to the 25-yard line. Goes Peyton Brooks, 14 yards, and a Select 7 Credit Union first down for the Tribe.
And I tell you what, you don't think Peyton Brooks is a load. He was met head-on with a head full steam by number 11, Eric Lettle, and we've known what he's done, and he come up with the worst end of that hit.
1st and 10 at the Indians at the 25. A little breathing room here now for Dobyns-Bennett as we wind down the clock here in the third quarter. Brooks now going left. Brooks across the 25, and he will fall forward to the 30 for about 5 yards for Peyton Brooks.
Now with 15 seconds and counting, that might be the last play here in the third quarter.
Looks like it will be the last play of the third quarter. Score at the end of 3. Bearden 7, Dobyns-Bennett 6. We're back in 60 seconds on ESPN Tri-Cities.
Life can be a lot sometimes, but at Holston Medical Group, our primary care providers are here through it all. Whether it be a routine checkup or something unexpected. Because at HMG, we're here for you through every stage of life with the best primary care and support. Whether it's you or the people you love most, choose HMG, your health partner for life. Now accepting new patients. Call 877-464-1213.
Whether you're looking for more pulling power or you simply want to blow the competition away, come to Jeff's Pipe and Muffler in Kingsport. Jeff's Pipe and Muffler specializes in custom exhaust systems, Flowmaster, Joule exhaust, MagnaFlow exhaust, manifolds, oil changes and brakes, and automotive repair. To unleash your engine's beast, come to Jeff's Pipe and Muffler. No appointment needed. We can hear you coming. That's Jeff's Pipe and Muffler, 817 East Sullivan Street, Kingsport. Open Monday through Friday, 7:30 to 5:30. Now back to Ingalls High School football on ESPN Tri-Cities.
All right, welcome back here to J. Fred Johnson Stadium. We go to the fourth quarter. Bearden leads Dobyns-Bennett 7-6 in a defensive battle that we we talked about a couple of times, thought it might be that way for Dobyns-Bennett. 2nd down and 5 at the 30-yard line. See if Brooks stays in there at running back, and he does for Dobyns-Bennett here on 2nd and 5 as we open the fourth quarter. Brooks has it going right. It still doesn't go down and falls forward for 3 yards. It's tough running by Peyton Brooks.
Yeah, right now Brooks looks like the most physical player on the field on both sides of the football. I mean, he is hitting the line of scrimmage. He is looking for that second level guy. It doesn't matter if it's a linebacker or a safety, and he's just lowering his shoulder and getting leverage, getting pad level, and getting forward and getting bonus yards out of these tough runs.
3rd and 2, big third down here for Dobyns-Bennett. We just underway here in the fourth quarter. Bearden leading by a point, still 7-6. Carson has it to Brooks up the middle. He's got a Select 7 Credit Union first down for the Tribe across the 35 to about the 36, maybe the 37 for Brooks.
And Michael, what I'm seeing out of Dobyns-Bennett is with Peyton's physical running, it's kind of put a little life in that offensive line.
It has. He's got them going a little bit. They like this. They're getting after that defensive line like we've not seen all night. Really manhandling the nose guard last 2 plays. This has to keep up.
1st and 10 at the 36 for the Indians. Brooks and 3 wideouts for Carson. Brooks again going left, makes a cut at the line. Across the line of scrimmage, maybe a yard for Brooks this time, not much there. And very aware that he needs to protect the football too is Brooks, running there with 2 hands on the ball. Brings up 2nd and 9 at the 37. Clock running, 10:20 to go.
Out of all of our running backs, they all run hard, but I tell you what, Brooks is the kind of guy, I mean, it's just like he thrives on that contact.
Now I believe Simpson is in there. Gillespie in motion. Hand off to Simpson, and Simpson hit and struggling forward near the 40 is Simpson. Again, I think that was Lytle in on the tackle. They'll give Simpson 2 yards and a big 3rd down and 7 now.
And Simpson coming into the game, shows a little speed of burst there, picks up a few yards, and now a huge 3rd down for Dobyns-Bennett. Not just to pick up another 1st down to keep his drive going, but I think, Michael, this is a 1st down you need for a little confidence.
It's that. It's also a 1st down you need for the clock. That clock's still running. They get the ball back and make another drive like they did last time, and we're running out of time.
9:20. 3rd and 7. Carson fakes the give, wants to throw. Carson down the right sideline looking
There's a
for
hole.
Gillespie.
There they
now
are.
A penalty marker comes down.
Well, I tell you what, though, no question about it. I mean, I'm talking a handful of jerseys of Holden Gillespie, but I tell you what it might have done is, Michael, we talked about that for Dobyns-Bennett. Well, of course, we'll get the call here in a second, but after the call, Michael, talk about it. That might have been a pass interference saving touchdown. And here's the call.
There to play. Defensive pass interference. Number 12 of the defense. That's a 15-yard penalty from the previous spot. Results in a 1st down.
But yeah, back to you, Michael, is that could have easily been a pass interference saving touchdown.
It could have been. Gillespie definitely had a step or two on him. That's the freshman that's so highly touted. And, smart play by him if it was. Either way, he definitely got a handful of jersey as Gillespie ran by him.
Wow. A 15-yard penalty takes it to the Dobyns-Bennett, to the Bearden 46. Select 7 Credit Union 1st down at that point. Dixon in motion. They'll hand it to Simpson, and Simpson is hammered as he gets to the line of scrimmage. Nothing doing.
He fumbled that football, guys.
He fumbled the ball, and let's see. Bearden says they have it. I believe they do, and they do. He was hit. He was hit by Pirtle right there at the center of the line and fumbled the football, and Bearden comes up with it.
Got to hold on to the football, guys. We learned that anything last week, and that's a drive killer, and he did. I mean, it's in there, and it just bounced around. Nobody sees it except the Bearden guys. If you're watching it on live stream on NFHS, you just saw it, and a big turnover. And apologize about the whistle, guys. The fans, the official forgot to cut his microphone off.
So 8:43 to go in the game. Bearden on the turnover, has it at the 46. They give it to Brown. And now a penalty flag comes in late. It hits an Indian.
Guys, I think they're going to call a face mask right there and on Andrew Myers, and it wasn't even close.
And Myers is absolutely livid. I think you're right. They called
here in the run, face mask. 24 of the defense. It's a 5-yard penalty to the end of the run. 1st down.
Yeah, guys, that was a lot of things, but it wasn't a face mask.
Now all of a sudden the chain gang's wanting to leave. And now we have 1st down. Then it was 3rd down. Now it's back to 1st down.
It's 1st down and 2 is what it is.
Exactly right.
From the 46-yard line of Dobyns-Bennett. I still don't understand that, why you give them the play and the penalty. It should. Yeah. This is 2nd down and 2 if you're going to. On the give is Brown, and he's going to be near 1st down yards, probably be a yard short.
They've marked him about it will be officially a yard, but about a half a yard short.
So 2nd and 1, and the clock is rolling with 8:17 to go. Yeah, on that face mask penalty, I mean, give them 5 yards at the end of the run. Well, the run counted, right? So the down should count.
The down should count, correct. They don't.
I know. That's the rule, but I don't like it. 2nd short, handoff. Brown trying to get outside, does so and gets a 1st down. And fortunately for Dobyns-Bennett, he's knocked out of bounds at the 42. Vidal comes over and knocks him out of bounds, but not till he picks up a Bearden 1st down at the 42. First and 10 Dogs. Clock stops 7:48 to go in the game. Bearden leading 7-6.
Yeah, it's a big first down. You got to get them behind the chains.
Bearden's gone to the tight formation here. Straight up the middle, this is Ironside. Ironside busting tackles. Inside the 30 goes Ironside, finally slung down as he gets to the 26. Power running by Kai Ironside, 16 yards.
Good for a Bulldog first down.
They just kind of put this game on the shoulders of their offensive line.
Yep, and they're going quick here again.
First and 10, Bearden runs it straight up the middle again, down inside the 20.
And this is kind of that, actually what you see out of Tennessee. Not quad the whole, but here they are. They've got Dobyns-Bennett on their heels, and they're going quick.
Ironside got 7 yards down to the 19. A give again up to middle Ironside. He's going to have another first down to the 14-yard line. Or was that Brown that time?
That was Brown.
That was Brown that time?
Yeah. And now clock stopped, but it'll start as soon as they set the chains at 6:58. Now they are in the red zone. Another run, and he busts it out, Steve. He gets it all the way down to the 4.
Yep. That was Brown again. No, that was Ironside that time. I can't keep up with them, Todd. They're going so fast. That's another 10-yard run, and quickly, Bearden right back to the line of scrimmage. And they give it to Brown. He dropped the ball, picked it up, still with it, now struggling towards the goal line, and he's near the goal line. It's going to be short by about a yard.
They're going quick again here. Second down and a yard.
Second and a yard. Brown stays in at running back. Brown will have it. Brown will crack it up the middle. That will be a Bearden touchdown.
Bearden's second touchdown on another turnover.
6:10 to go in the game, and Bearden makes it 13-6.
Guys, if you ask me right there, that touchdown was a culmination of those 2 drives previous, especially the 5-6 minute drive there earlier on in the half, where our defense is just sucking wind at this point.
Extra point attempt is up, and that extra point attempt is good. New score with 6:10 to go is Bearden 14 and Dobyns-Bennett 6. We're back in 60 seconds on ESPN Tri-Cities.
Dobyns-Bennett High School game coverage is brought to you by Citizens Bank, a local community bank focused on the success of the areas they serve. Whether it's managing household finances, purchasing a home, or obtaining resources for your business, Citizens Bank has experts ready to provide a helping hand. Find out more about the Citizens Bank Local Advantage by visiting citizensbank24.com today. Bank your own way. Citizens Bank, equal housing lender member FDIC.
Want a good laugh? Watch those funny insurance ads on TV. Want seriously good auto, home, business, or life insurance? Come to Jenkins Insurance Group in Kingsport, an independent Erie insurance agent. See for yourself why more than 90% of Erie customers stay with Erie year after year. Call Jenkins Insurance Group for a quote today. 423-245-ERIE. That's 245-3743.
Now back to Ingles High School football on ESPN Tri-Cities.
All right, 6:10 to go. Dobyns-Bennett down a score and a 2-point conversion now, trailing 14-6, and Bearden looks like they're going to kick this thing short. It is high. It is short. Taken by the Indians. That's Russell that came up to 30 to get it, but he's tackled immediately down there by Bearden. Good coverage by Marcus Brown.
Now explain something to me, guys. They've kicked.
I can't.
Two kickoffs. They go 8 yards deep in the end zone. Michael, explain to me why you do that.
Only reasoning I have there as to why they do that is see if they can hang one up in the lights, make it tough to catch, get the coverage team down there where they're right on top of him when he's catching the ball, see if they can create a turnover.
Well, he gave up 12 yards for that.
In the process, he did.
First and 10, Dobyns-Bennett at the 32. Carson, the quarterback. Peyton Franklin is a running back. Franklin has it coming left, 30, 35. Franklin puts his head down, 40. That ball got knocked out of bounds. Unfortunately, it does go out of bounds. Actually went forward to the 41. It's a pickup of 9 for Franklin.
Good hard run, and has a kind of a got sealed block there, Michael, on the left side of the line to get that lane on the outside for a big run.
Yeah, we were finally able to get to the corner there, get out in space, and turn that head and get upfield. Looks like Franklin took a little shot right there. I'm wondering if he's 100%.
He's back out there, 2nd and 1, pistol formation behind Carson. Dixon in motion. Franklin has it. Franklin's got first down yardage. Select 7 Credit Union first down across the 45 to the 49. Franklin another 8 yards.
And now another Bearden Bulldog down. That's looks like a number 1 there.
That would be the linebacker who's been out twice. He may be cramping up.
Another cramps.
Yeah.
But I tell you, I think, Michael, maybe we've caught them a little bit. I mean, we're down 8. I think they might have thought that we were going to have to throw it all over the field, and it's loosened up those linebackers a little bit, dropping back a little bit and giving us some running lanes.
Yeah, I mean, if that's the case, it's a good time for it. Let's hope they stay loosened up right here as we continue on down the field. I do feel like at some point we're going to have to keep them honest with the ball, put it back in the air in some way. But I would love nothing more than to see us run this clock out as we get, as we head on down the field and punch one in.
Well, if we punch one in, we're definitely going to have to go for 2.
That's a fact.
That's which we've seen we can do that. I mean, we've got some plays that we can dial up there, but got to get one in the end zone first. But it's getting one in the end zone is not automatic getting this game tied up.
So 1st and 10, Dobyns-Bennett at the Indian 49. Clock is stopped, 5:47 to go. Indians with 2 running plays of 9 and 8 here to start the drive by Peyton Franklin. And Franklin stays in there. 3 wideouts to the right for Carson. 3-man defensive front for Bearden. They're just rushing 3. Carson all day, throws it across the middle. High, tipped, incomplete. Trying to get it to Dixon, but tipped away there by Claude.
And right now, tonight, I don't know if it's just the pressure or what, but Jake has not been real accurate over the middle. He's thrown well over the boundaries, but just everything over the middle tonight has been up in the air.
They're doing a good job with their backers, and really their inside linebacker there dropping pretty deep. He's getting enough depth where he's making it tough on Jake. He's having to drop it in there.
So 2nd and 10. Bearden this time on the run by Franklin. Coming out left, Franklin will get back to the line of scrimmage. That's about it, as the linebacker McCall, who just came out with the cramp, is back in there, and I think he's cramped up again.
Guys, I mean, we talk about, of course, this is going to come in favor of, for Dobyns-Bennett. They still hadn't stopped the clock, though. Just now finally got to stop the clock, and he's been standing over the official for a good 10 or 12 seconds.
Clock stopped again, 5:07.
But, I don't know why they take him to the DB sideline.
He's bringing him to the DB sideline for some reason. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Are they going to walk him all the way around the field? I guess they were just getting him off the field quicker. No? Is he coming to see Kevin? No, he's walking by Kevin. I have no idea.
He's going to sit down over here. Well, the 2 girl trainers are walking away, and he's just hanging out on our sideline. I've seen it all.
I think Bree's talking to him down there. All right, 3rd and 10. More important things. 3rd and 10 for Dobyns-Bennett. Carson to throw. Looking right now. Carson coming out to the left, being pressured. Carson sacked, and a penalty marker down as well. Carson sacked back at the 47. Let's see about the penalty flag.
I won't be honest with you. They actually, I I think it's more than a cramp because they've got him on the table.
During the play, holding, offense number 52. That penalty is declined.
Yep.
4th down.
That's what I thought would happen. But just so y'all know, on the update is they've got Dr. Riggins actually looking at that young man's knee over here.
Interesting. So the sack of Carson loses 2 yards. 4th and 12 with 4:48 to go, and Dobyns-Bennett in punt formation. Now timeout called. Who called timeout?
Bearden did.
Really?
Yes.
Why?
I have no idea. They could just let them punt it and run some time off, but.
Well, let's talk about the decision here. 4th and 12 from the 47, 4:48 to go, all 3 timeouts. I kind of think that's probably the right call. I don't want to make it, but it's probably the right call. I mean, you got to pin them deep. And
well, we talked about this in the Science Hill Dobyns-Bennett game last week, and Stacy made a call that they were going for it on 4th down, deep in their own territory. Right. Didn't get it, which at the time, minus a turnover, did basically end the game. I think right here with 3 timeouts, Steve, I think what you're doing is you are extending the game. You're going to get them back in the territory, but your defense has got to get a 3 and out. They're going to try to probably run the ball, get some time off, but it is going to be a huge 3 and out so you get the ball maybe back in good territory.
And the way they ran the ball in the last drive makes me want to make that gives me the most cause for concern.
That is concerning.
Manning to punt from his 47. Manning boots it. The line drive spiral. There's nobody back there.
Hurry.
Rolling towards the goal line. Dobyns-Bennett trying to get there. Did they? No, they did not.
I'll tell you what, first man down there pushes it back, but I think he got a little quick and we were running too fast, and I think it hit off of one of our guys' shins, and then it pushed it on back into the end zone.
4:37 to go. Bearden at its 20-yard line, leading 14-6. Dobyns-Bennett needs a big stop here. Indians do have 3 timeouts. And I guess you play it here, maybe potentially hoping you can get a stop on the first set of downs. If they get a first down, you got to start thinking about timeouts, however. Yeah. We'll see. So it's 1st and 10, Bearden at the 20. Parrott gives it up the middle. That is Ironside across the left side, across the 25 to the 26. 6 yards on first down for Kai Ironside.
If you're Dobyns-Bennett, you can't give up 6 yards on first down. You're trying to get a 3 and out here now.
I would not think Bearden would go quite as fast this time as it did on its last possession, Todd, because the clock is in its favor.
Yeah, it's 4:10 and running, and they're not huddling, but they are definitely more deliberate in taking their time here.
Watching the play clock, which still has 12 seconds to go.
Matter of fact, everybody's in position except the quarterback, and he's walking over from the sideline.
And so Parrott will take the snap in shotgun formation, hands it off to Ironside, met by Carswell at the line of scrimmage. Ironside will fall forward for a yard, brings up a big 3rd down.
But I tell you what, I'm a believer in that now with 3:37 and the clock running. I think sometimes when you go too slow, you show what you're lining up at and everything else. Sometimes I think you hurt you as an offense. I think you take your time, but I don't think you just let it get down to 5 and snap it.
Or at least not get in formation and snap it. There's no reason now with 15 seconds to go to be lined up.
Right. And they are. I mean, you kind of see what they got, and you're able to get lined up and get an idea here. Big 3rd down.
Brown at running back for Bearden. Parrott fakes to Brown, rolling right, wants to throw it, pass is complete. 40, 45, 46, complete to, I believe this is the other Ironside, Magusha Ironside. That is 19 yards and a Bearden first down.
Yep. Right now in this game, when you need to execute a play, Bearden's been able to, and Dobyns-Bennett has not.
1st and 10, and now actually marked it all the way out at the 47. That's 20 yards.
Now I think no matter what happens here, unless it's another first down, you've got to start using your timeouts.
Got to start using your timeouts, yes. 2:32 to go. The give to Brown up the middle, met by Carswell. No gain. Coach Joey Christian calls timeout, as we suspected.
So he stops the clock with his first timeout, 2:23. And, Steven, they're going to give him about, I mean, it's going to be a yard. They're going to give him half a yard. I thought he was stopped behind the line of scrimmage.
He was. Well, that was at the 47. I'm not sure that the yard marker across the way is quite accurate.
Quite accurate, yeah.
I think that's the case. I don't think they gave him a yard. So anyway, Todd, 2nd and 10, and for Dobyns-Bennett, it's all about forcing a 4th down punt here. If they don't get a 4th down punt on this series,
it's over.
It's over.
Yeah, I mean, just or a turnover.
Or a turnover.
You can go for the turnover. Right now, it's 2nd and basically 10. The yard marker showing 9, but it's 10 if you see where the ball's marked. Got to have another hold here. Really get them behind the chains of 3rd and 10. Get the timeout. Stop the clock again. And maybe in the 3rd down can hold them, get the timeout. Now they've got to kick it. It's going to leave you with no timeouts. It's going to leave you some time. But now Dobyns-Bennett's going to have to go into it. If they can get that to work out, they're going to have to go in a 2-minute drill, and it's going to have to be in pay dirt or else. And then your season's basically on the line right here. And I think you're on the line right here in these next 2 downs.
2nd and 10 for the Indians, or excuse me, for the Bulldogs. Brown, the running back. Brown will have it. Brown trying to find an avenue, can't. Bounced off Eli Smith and over to Russell, but he's still on his feet. And Brown muscles his way across the 50 down to the 47. He made 6 yards out of nothing, and Dobyns-Bennett will use timeout number 2.
Yeah, it looks like you had him stop at the line of scrimmage, and he just had one guy hanging on him. And Michael, I mean, really, this 3rd down right here is your season.
Yeah, this is it. This is it, guys. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it in my book right here. 2:18 left. 3rd and looks like about 4 coming up here. We have to put a stop to this, and I wouldn't be surprised. I really would. I don't know. They might punt it, but depending on how close it is, they may try it on 4th. If it's really, really short, you never know. But we've got to make that decision for them right here on 3rd down. Stop them for no gain, get the timeout, get the ball back.
Would they dare put the ball in the air on 3rd and 4?
You know, we've seen some other people do that. I mean, that's sometimes these coaches like to outthink themselves. I mean, if you do and you're successful with it, the game's over. But I mean, it's one of those things that there's a big risk reward there. If you don't get it, now it's 4th down, and you gave Dobyns-Bennett an extra timeout. So I think with the way they're pushing the line of scrimmage, I think they're going to run it.
Certainly looks like it in this tight formation, 3rd and 4, and it is Ironside. Ironside, not much there. First in there for Dobyns-Bennett was Simpson, and then Nigel Vidal came in, and it will be Ironside, a gain of about 1. It will be 4th and 3.
And I think this is one of those situations, Michael, I mean, it's easier to say this standing up here, being on the sideline and being in the media, to say, just punt the football. Just punt the football. But you know how coaches' minds work, and they're sitting over there thinking, all we got to get is 3 yards and the game's over. But if you don't get this, if you decide to go for it on 4th down here and you don't get this, you're giving Dobyns-Bennett half the field with 2 minutes to go to try to score a touchdown.
Yeah, that makes it tougher here, guys. That definitely does, in that the short field they're going to have. You know, I think they've shown the confidence they have in their defense, and their defense has definitely been up to the task tonight. So if they go for it here, it's just showing more of that confidence in that defense. But with their bootleg game and some of the options they have, it really wouldn't surprise me to see them go for this.
Conversely, the punter Ford has done a great job of pinning Dobyns-Bennett inside the 20 with that rugby-style kick. And I think he can do that here again.
Absolutely, but they're not lining up to kick it.
They are not lining up to kick it.
Wow, this is huge. I mean, I think this is just outthinking yourself, guys.
Well, don't forget, Dobyns-Bennett's tendency to jump offside on 4th and short. That might be what they're trying to do here as well. Indians this time playing it well, Parrott.
Yep, that's what they're trying to do.
Yeah, Parrott now under center. They're trying to draw Dobyns-Bennett offside. That's exactly right, and they're unable to do so. And a timeout called by Bearden. So that time, good discipline by the Indian defensive front.
Yeah, and that's where you have to give your hats off to Coach Jones and the Bearden staff and watching a ton of film on Dobyns-Bennett, because that has been Achilles heel for our defense is jumping off sides, Steve, and giving up that easy first down. And they were going to, they're in a position with having the 3 timeouts of trying to make that happen.
You had to think that during that timeout, somebody may have whispered that in the Indians' collective defensive front ears. Guys, do not jump off sides. They're not going to go for it here.
Well, and I think you have to give your hats off to Dobyns-Bennett's coaching staff to say, hey, guys, listen, you have to be disciplined right here. If they line up and go for it, you got to stay at home. You got to make sure they snap the ball. So
2:12 to go, 4th and 3. And now we believe that Bearden will come back out in the punt formation.
And I'll tell you,
I'm not sure.
Michael, I know you're a little far away, but
yeah, Joey's out there.
Yeah, Joey Christian was kind of animated about something there in the timeout with the officials.
Yeah, he was. He was discussing something with them. I'm not sure exactly what was going on, but he was definitely showing a little emotion.
So Ford to punt it away. His 5th punt of the night. Scrimmage line is the 46 for Ford. The snap is a good one. Ford has it, boots it away. Well, he kicked that one a long way this time. Dobyns-Bennett's going to catch it at the 2. Russell at the 2, to the 5, to the 10. Russell trying to get outside 15. Russell still on his feet, and down he goes at the 18-yard line.
We got by with one there because that ball's sailing into the end zone, and he at least gets it back close to the 20. Shoo. Not the best decision.
But it's a good punt returner trying to make something happen.
It is.
It's a 16-yard return out to the 18-yard line. So Dobyns-Bennett will have it there. 1:58 to go. No timeouts. Boys, we saw this last week.
Yeah, with a lot less time.
Actually, a little more time.
Yeah, that's what, yeah.
1st and 10 from the 18 for Dobyns-Bennett.
Oh, no timeouts.
Yeah.
We've got 2.
Oh, we don't have
I got
any.
1. No, we're at any. They just haven't cleared the board. I apologize.
We're done. We're out. Simpson, the running back. Bearden showing blitz. They come with the blitz to pass out here to Gillespie. He's complete at the 18. Gillespie trying to find something, and he is blasted as he gets to the 23-yard line, 22-yard line.
So if you're watching on the live stream, we do a great job, but the whole fancy graphics at the bottom of the screen with the 2 timeouts it mirrors exactly what's on the scoreboard. So don't pay attention to that.
2nd down and 6. Indians from the 22. Clock running. Carson has the play. Carson looking right. Here comes pressure. Carson lobs it out here, nearly intercepted. Trying to find Gillespie, but right off the fingertips of Marcus Brown, and he would have scored if he's able to bring it in.
Another ball that just gets away from Carson and just sails on him, and we're lucky that didn't get pick 6.
That was pressure right in the face of Carson, too. Third and 6. Gillespie, Dixon out to the right. Way far right. There goes Simpson out there with him. Carson looking, will throw it complete to Russell. Russell should have 1st down yardage. They're going to mark him back at the 28. He actually caught it at the 30. Well, it is going to be a select 7 credit union 1st down, but barely. They're not going to measure at the 28-yard line. A gain of 6.
And the clock's running. They didn't, and he didn't even signal the play in. I mean, the clock should have stopped with the chains moving.
Yep. 1st and 10 at the 28. Carson to throw. Carson stepping up, delivers. Pass intended for Gillespie, knocked away. Good defensive play there by Preston LaBanca of Bearden.
Now with 54.6 seconds on the clock.
Second down and 10. Clock is stopped. Indians need 72 more yards and a 2-point conversion to force overtime here. Trailing 14-6.
Once again, if you're watching live stream, it's not 3rd down and 10. It's second and 10.
Empty backfield for Carson. Looking right, throwing right. Pass complete. Gillespie, now a penalty marker back at the line of scrimmage.
And that's not a good move by Gillespie. I understand he's trying to get, we're going to stop the clock anyways for penalty flag, but you make that catch, you can't dance over there. You got to get out of bounds. Well, I'm sure that's a hold where that flag was thrown.
Flag is at the 26.
And
now they're taking it back.
I don't know what he's doing.
He's at the
They're in the play.
Yeah.
Face mask. 52 of the defense. That's a 5-yard penalty added to the end of the run. Second down.
Oh. Wow. So that takes it to the 37. So it was a 4-yard pass from Carson to Gillespie to the 32 and a penalty on Bearden. 5 yards to the 37. It's 2nd and 1.
Probably call it face mask. It's kind of where you get those defensive guys get their hands in the face of the offensive lineman.
2nd and 1. Carson looking under pressure, gets rid of it, incomplete. Maybe trying to set something up short to Simpson. I'm not complete, but man, the pressure came in there. Carson goes down, and it's 3rd and 1.
Well, I've got another argument here. Now, I know it's at the end of the play, but on a face mask when it's attached, it's a defensive penalty that is taken. Why did the clock keep running? Michael, is that the right thing?
I think it is due to the fact that he did not get out of bounds.
Yeah, but I didn't think the clock started on it after a defensive penalty.
That is correct, as for the most part.
3rd down and 1. Carson will hand it off to Simpson up the middle, 40, 45. Simpson slung down as he gets to the 48-yard line. A gain of 11 and a select 7 Credit Union first down for the Indians. They got to hurry. Time is running out.
They did, and they spiked the ball with 26 seconds left.
So a team pass on 1st and 10. Incomplete. 2nd and 10 with 26 seconds to go.
And I know with a lot of time left, you question, maybe some people question that run. I thought that was the exact call. You've got to get the first down there, Michael, to get a set of downs to try to get the ball back down the field.
Yeah, and no matter the situation, you have to let them know that it's still there so their linebackers can't play safety. I mean.
And he got 11 yards on the play, too.
Yes.
Empty backfield now for Carson. 26.1 seconds to go. 2nd and 10 from the 48. Carson looking right. Carson stepping up, has got to throw it. Does so, delivers across the 40 to the 37. That is Will Hurd on the reception.
And we're going to have another. That's offsides.
Hurd picked up 15 yards on that play.
And we spiked the ball, and I'll tell you, I'd like to see a replay of that because, the time he was in the backfield before we ever snapped the ball, Michael.
Yeah, he was, guys. I think, honestly, our offensive lines, the ball was snapped, and we didn't make much of an effort to keep anybody from going anywhere, and they shot both the A-gaps. And we actually hit them with the spike.
2nd from the 36-yard line, 2nd down and 10.
With 18.6 seconds to go.
Carson looking to throw and moving right, throwing, pass complete to Russell down to the 23. There's a penalty flag down. That was late, but it's the right call, I believe. Back at the 39.
Is it a hold?
Yeah, I think so. Guy on the end. I didn't see it through my binoculars, and then when I looked back after the play was over, that was back there.
Now they're doing some discussions. I was afraid the call was going to be that he threw it across the line of scrimmage, but I didn't think he was across the line of scrimmage.
Not across the line of scrimmage.
We're going to get a call here.
So back at the 39, it's going to make it.
They're in the play, holding, offense. That penalty is 10 yards from the spot of the foul. Replay 2nd down.
That's a gut buster there with 9 seconds left.
Yep. That takes it back to the 49, and now you're even questioning how far you can throw it.
Yeah, with the completion, you had 2 chances in the end zone. Now you're just going to have to see what you can do.
Yep. From the 49, Carson to throw. Carson looking. Carson's going to throw it up. Long downfield. That ball is going to be intercepted by Bearden. Bearden coming back the other way. Still on his feet. Bearden at midfield. And Bearden across the 40 to the 45. And that's going to be your ball game. So Bearden intercepting the ball was LaBanca. And Dobyns-Bennett sees Bearden come in here and win it 14-6, and it will be the Bulldogs advancing to face Maryville next week in the second round. We'll take a 2-minute timeout. Your final score, Bearden 14, Dobyns-Bennett 6. Back in 2 minutes on ESPN Tri-Cities.
Max Medicine Mart offers an array of different services, friendly and experienced pharmacists and staff to make your visit quick and easy. With drive-through for your convenience, you can get your immunization or vaccination with a full line of medical equipment for purchase or rent. We offer Good Foods Grocery for healthy food options. Unique Boutique has stylish apparel and accessories. Come see us today and score big with Max Medicine Mart.
Different name with the same great services. The leading insurance agency in downtown Kingsport has changed its name to McGriff Insurance Services, but everything else remains the same. McGriff Insurance Services provides property and casualty insurance, employee benefits, life and pension plans, financial services, and specialty insurance programs. They partner up with the best insurance companies around the world to provide all types of coverage. Visit Steve Harville's sales team at 433 East Center Street in downtown Kingsport. McGriff Insurance Services.
Winning isn't everything. It's the only thing. And that's why Select 7 Credit Union rallies every day to bring you the most competitive auto and mortgage loan rates available, along with free checking, online statements, mobile banking, and fast and friendly service. Join our winning team. Visit our Kingsport branch, 1708 East Stone Drive, or on 7cu.org. We've been serving area families for over 73 years. Select 7 Credit Union, helping you select a brighter future. Proud sponsor of the Dobyns-Bennett Indians, federally insured by the NCUA.
Being stuck when it comes to legal matters can bring frustration and anxiety. Where do you start? What's your next move? Your next move should be to call the experienced professionals at Spivey, King & Spivey. They provide their clients with quality legal counsel in criminal defense, family law, and personal injury. Spivey, King & Spivey has the experience you need to navigate our complex legal system. Don't wait. Call Spivey, King & Spivey at 423-245-4185 or go online to SpiveyKingandSpiveyLLP.com. Now you're in experienced hands.
Now back to Ingold High School football on ESPN Tri-Cities.
All right, welcome back here to J. Fred Johnson Stadium. It was a defensive struggle here in this Class 6A first-round playoff game. We thought it would be. Bearden coming in here very, very tough defensively. Bearden, Todd, using a pair of Dobyns-Bennett turnovers, turning those turnovers into its 2 touchdowns, playing tough defense the rest of the way, and Bearden wins it 14-6. Congratulations to the Bulldogs. Coach Joey Christian is with Mike Holtz.
I'm going to jump in here with Coach Christian. Coach, obviously not the way we wanted things to go this evening. We tried to battle back in the second half, make some plays with the offense. Couldn't quite get over the hump there. What are your thoughts on the way the game ended tonight?
Kids played hard. Kids fought. Really proud of the way that we did fight. When you think back about it, we got our center took very few snaps during the week, and he had to take every one of them tonight. We had Chris Harris. He tried to gut it out. He got a few snaps in. 12 guys that we know have the flu, and probably about 8 or 9 others that are sick or something. But I think that everybody's dealing with that. They're dealing with issues like that too. But we didn't win the line of scrimmage when we needed to. We did a little better in the second half, but just had a hard time owning the line of scrimmage offensively. Defensively, I still thought, the second half we still played, pretty dang good. We only give up 7 points, and second half played pretty good in there.
Yeah, Coach, despite the outcome tonight, we got a bunch of young men on this team that have laid it out there for us all year, have worked their tail ends off and sacrificed so much for this. Just what are your thoughts on our seniors and what they mean to this program and this team as a whole?
Well, what a great group, you know. From 1 and whatever they were, 1 and 15 there, their 8th grade year, for how hard they, you know, worked and did all that we asked them to do to make themselves the best football players that they could be. And, you know, what a great group. What a great group. You know, and some of them don't get to play as much as others, but, you know, they also worked so hard and did everything they needed to do. Just what a special group, man. I'm telling you, very, very special group.
All right, Coach, let you go get with these young men and talk to them real quick before you go. You know, what do we say to these young men as we head out of there tonight, other than that, just how proud of them we are, just how much they mean to us? You know, what are your thoughts there?
I mean, you're right. You said it right there. I mean, what a great group of kids. How hard they fought and competed for Dobyns-Bennett. Listen, they're going to be, you know, those 28 seniors, you know, listen, they're going to be successful. They're going to be successful in life. This sucks, you know, at the moment, but you know, it's just a small part of their life. You know, they're going to go on and in the workforce or in college, and you know, things like that. Just the amount of success that they have academically and things like that. They're just you know, our senior GPA is incredible. So, you know, I hope football in some way is helped in that way and has showed them how to persevere and work through some things, and you know, just really proud of them. What a special group.
Yeah, Coach, we'll close by saying, you know, the year's over, but there's a lot of folks around this town that are awful proud of this program, this coaching staff, and these young men. And Coach, thank you for a great season.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Michael. Roll Tribe.
All right, Roll Tribe.
All right, thank you very much, Coach Joey Christian's post-game comments. And it's always tough for a head coach to address the media, address us on radio after a tough season-ending playoff loss like this. But this head coach has got a senior son as well, so it's got to be doubly painful for him tonight. We think about him and his family and the families of all the other 27 seniors as well, and what they've done for this program.
Well, to touch on the season, I think it's hard for a head coach to have a senior on the team. I think it was doubly hard that he got banged up, and but what an effort for Carson to come and rehab instead of taking the surgery route and come back on the field. Played his heart out, come back in the Science Hill game last week. Really, I mean, we talked to Joey off the air and during the pregame, and he was just like, you know, his pain Tuesday was worse than it's been since he's heard it, even when he heard it, and to come out and play every snap. And you know, there's some things we could have done better tonight. I think the difference in the game is when Bearden needed to play, they found it. When Dobyns-Bennett needed to play, we couldn't. And Joey's not making excuses for this football team, but I do think there's a lot to it. We've been around Joey now for some time. He doesn't make excuses. And when he told us the flu epidemic that was going on on the football team, you just wondered how much his team had to give. And Steve, tonight, I don't think it was a question of how much they had to give, because they left it all on the field tonight.
They did. Just didn't go their way tonight. That's playoff football. There's only a handful of teams across all the classifications, really one team across all the classifications, that aren't going to be in the position that Dobyns-Bennett is tonight. You would have liked for it to be a little bit down the road farther, and but that's the way it goes. You knew by watching the course of the season that whoever Dobyns-Bennett played tonight, whoever each team in Region 1 6A got, they were getting a quality opponent. And we saw that tonight. We expected that tonight. Bearden's a very good football team. And you just have to give congratulations to them for the way they played defense and the way they took advantage of the opportunities when they had them, converting those turnovers into points. That was the difference in the football.
Well, yeah, I mean, we had two big turnovers, and they capitalized on them. And I think Michael hit it on the head when he talked about that second touchdown really that put this game away. He talked about that was a product of the last defensive stand that took 15 plays. I take it's a product of every stand. They moved the ball, they played, they were very physical, and we did get wore out on defense. And when you're talking about the flu bug, and we don't need to tell you who all had flu, when you're talking about up to they verified 12 kids, another 8 kids. That should tell you there was a lot of kids playing tonight that were not 100%. And you talking about the flu and how it drags on you and all that, you get tired and you get wore down. But the effort was there. We got another stand. We got the ball back one more time with no timeouts. I mean, it showed a lot of guts.
Yeah.
It just, it just wasn't Dobyns-Bennett night, and that's what it is, and that's football, and that's why you play it. And we talked about in the pregame. Yeah, it's a 6-4 football team, but they've been beat by 3 of the best teams in the state.
Yeah. Well, that's the way it was. Dobyns-Bennett loses 14-6. We're going to take a 2-minute timeout, come back and regroup, and we'll give you the game recap, our final stats, and we'll also name our final players of the game, and we'll wrap it up here in 2022. Not ready to do that tonight, but that's what we'll have to do on the other side of this 2-minute timeout as we continue here on ESPN Tri-Cities.
To start seeing clearly again, visit the Regional Eye Center, the region's only cataract center of excellence. We're the only place for clear sight cataract surgery, providing the highest level of care and technology in correcting cataracts. In fact, no one in the area does more procedures than we do. So don't let cataracts get any worse. Call the Regional Eye Center at 1-800-688-EYES and visit regionaleye.com to learn more about our life-changing procedures. It's time you got your vision back and your life.
If you need it, rent it from Action Rentals and Sales. We're your one-stop shop for all equipment and tool rental needs in Kingsport, Rogersville, Johnson City, and serving Northeast Tennessee and Gate City. We also sell items including equipment supplies and general tool and safety supplies for both contractors and DIYers. Action Rentals Party Division offers superior event planning. They'll be by your side step by step to help plan your dream wedding, elegant benefit, backyard party. Action Rentals and Sales, 1861 Northeastman Road, Kingsport.
This is TC Baker, the trade-in man for Wallace Volkswagen in Bristol and Wallace Volkswagen in Johnson City. By now, you've heard the news. Used cars are fetching historic values. So we'll take any trade in any condition, even if it's not paid off. High mileage, cosmetic issues, that's okay. Rusted, busted, can't be trusted. All trade-ins are welcome. So come see me, TC Baker, today at Wallace Volkswagen on the Volunteer Parkway in Bristol and at Wallace Volkswagen on the corner of Oakland Avenue and Bristol Highway in beautiful Johnson City.
Negative trade equity financed in new loan. Subject to lender approval. Expires month end.
The doctors at Appalachian Orthopedics know that unexpected injuries happen, and they are committed to keeping athletes and fans in the game. From Monday to Saturday, patients with acute orthopedic injuries can simply walk into their orthopedic urgent care for same-day treatment, no appointment necessary. See Appalachian Orthopedics' dedicated team at the Bristol Midway and Johnson City locations for specialized care you can trust. Learn more at AppalachianOrthopedics.com.
Now back to Ingalls High School football on ESPN Tri-Cities.
All right, welcome back here to J. Fred Johnson Stadium. Let's go ahead and wrap it up here with you for the game recap. Dobyns-Bennett gets the opening kickoff, turns it over, an interception. Bearden takes over at the Indian 46. They go 9 plays in 3 minutes and 33 seconds. And actually, that's the fourth quarter. Let's move back to the first quarter. It always works better when you go from first to fourth instead of fourth to first. Anyway, it was Ironside capping that 8-play, 38-yard drive with a 1-yard touchdown run. And Bearden led it 7-0. Dobyns-Bennett answered, going 80 yards in 8 plays, 4 minutes, 54 seconds. And it was Jake Carson finding Jonathan Gillespie on a 23-yard touchdown. The extra point attempt never got off the ground. Thomas never got to attempt on a bad snap. It was 7-6, and it stayed that way throughout the rest of the first half. Dobyns-Bennett really never got another scoring opportunity. Bearden did get to the Dobyns-Bennett 10-yard line, first and goal at the 10, but were turned away, missed a field goal on fourth and goal from the 16. So we go to halftime at 7-6, and then Dobyns-Bennett, you thought it really created its best break of the game on the opening kickoff of the second half. An onside kick. They take over at the Bearden 48, but just unable to do anything. Did get a first down at the Bearden 36, and then a sack of Carson, and the Indians ended up punting it away at the 37. Bearden went to the ground game and really flipped the field at that point. Dobyns-Bennett finally got Bearden off the field after about 3 third-down conversions of the next drive, but Dobyns-Bennett starts at its own 4, has to punt from its 1, stops Bearden, gets the ball back, but again backed up at the 11, really nothing doing there, and then had to punt it back to Bearden. Bearden took over at the 38-yard line after another interception. And Bearden drives at 8 plays and 38 yards, all quick offense, all on the ground. Again, it was Ironside at 1 Ironside scored. No, it was the other running back. Brown scored from a yard out on that play. 9 plays, 46 yards off a fumble recovery, by the way. That was a fumbled recovery that Bearden made at the 46-yard line. And Bearden goes 9 plays, 46 yards. Indians get the ball back, unable to move it, ended up punting it away. Bearden did get one final first down. Then Bearden had to punt back, but Dobyns-Bennett back at its 18-yard line with a minute 58 to go, and there were no consecutive week miracle comebacks from 80 yards away with no timeouts. And so Dobyns-Bennett drops it 14-6. Let's go ahead and get you some final numbers here. By my count, first downs, Bearden had 17, Dobyns-Bennett with 11. Rushing, Bearden rushed, I guess I should add them up, shouldn't I? 11, 24, 28, 33 times for Bearden. 473, 111, 132, 147 yards quickly by my count. I have Bearden rushing for 147 and throwing for 147. That's 294 yards. Indians 28 rushes, only 63 yards. And that was really another telling statistic in the game. The Indians did complete 13 out of 27 passes, but turned it over twice on interceptions for 130 yards. Penalties, Dobyns-Bennett, 6 for 43. Their second best night of the year, penalty-wise. They also lost their best night of the year, penalty-wise. Bearden was hurt by penalties a little bit, 9 for 82. Both teams fumbled twice, lost it once. Dobyns-Bennett punted 6 times for a 43-yard average. Meanwhile, Bearden punted 5 times for a 36.4-yard average. Individual numbers for Bearden: Drew Parrott, 14 out of 31, 147 yards. 4 receptions, 34 yards for Tony Buford. 4 for 30 for Ethan Ford. 2 for 35 for Patton. 1 for 24, number 19, that is Maquisha Ironside. Kai Ironside, 1 for 16. Thompson, 1 for 5. And Tummins, 1 for 7. Rushing, it was Kai Ironside, 11 carries, 73 yards. Brown, 13 carries, 38 yards. Thompson, 4 for 21. Parrott, 5 for 15. For Dobyns-Bennett, Jake Carson, 13 out of 25 for 130 yards. Gillespie, 5 receptions, 72 yards. Russell, 3 for 15. Dixon, 2 for 13. Mullins, 1 for 16. Hurd, 1 for 16. And Franklin, 1 for -2. Rushing, Indians just struggled. Simpson, 6 carries, 37 yards. Franklin, 9 for 16. Brooks, 8 for 22. Carson, 4, was sacked 3 times, -11 yards. 1 team rush for -1 yards. 2 team passes that were incomplete for Dobyns-Bennett as well. And that's your final numbers.
Not numbers we want to hear.
No.
I mean, you know, and you talk about give the Bearden Bulldogs credit, Steve. Dobyns-Bennett has had a balanced attack, but it really started with the running game first. I mean, the running game has set up the passing game. I mean, we have really owned the line of scrimmage in a lot of these games that we've played this year. And we knew Bearden had a physical football team, but they showed it tonight. We struggled with owning the line of scrimmage, and it showed up in the running game. And but like I said, the effort was second to none. They knew it was a playoff game. They left it on the field. That's what you can ask out of your football team. I mean, it is about wins and losses, but also at the end of the day, it's about with these young men is did I do tonight? Did I leave it on the field? Did I give my all tonight? And then, you know, Tennessee, you know, we've got at the University of Tennessee, they say, you know, give your all for Tennessee Day. What you saw out of Dobyns-Bennett players is they gave their all for the Dobyns-Bennett Indians today, and that's all you can ask of these young men.
Time now to name our final edition for 2027 of our post-game awards. We'll start on the offensive side of the football. The Chris Jenkins Insurance Group Offensive Player of the Game. Chris Jenkins Insurance Group down on Center Street, down on the lower end of Kingsport. Any insurance needs you may have, go see Chris Jenkins and his great staff. We appreciate him for all of his sponsorship, everything Dobyns-Bennett. And also, not only Dobyns-Bennett does a lot of sponsorship for a lot of things that happen around high school athletics. And tonight, our Chris Jenkins Offensive Player of the Game goes to Jonathan Gillespie. Had the Indians' only touchdown of the night. had for the Indians 5 receptions for 72 yards and had quite a few plays on defense as well, defending the pass as well. But offensively, only touchdown on that. I had a couple big plays for Gillespie, able to get at the Indians in the end zone there in the first quarter. So congratulations to our senior wideout, Jonathan Gillespie.
Yeah, I mean, you have to give credit for Gillespie, especially early on this game. He had a big catch. The win was just, in his first half of this football game, it was a tough win. Thrown in the wind, he made one great catch that he had to adjust on, and then on a ball that I thought at the time, Jake had a guy open across the middle, just basically picked the first down. Maybe probably a linebacker or something jumped that route, threw a ball over in the corner and just let Gillespie go out and get it, and made another great adjustment to get in the end zone to what looked like at the time was going to be a game-tying score to get 7-0. Of course, missed extra point, and had some other good catches and was very active in the offense that Michael really a struggle in the offense. He's really the guy that really kept us having an opportunity to stay in this football game.
Yeah, he did, guys. He did everything he could tonight to keep us moving. Like you said, in the ball game. It goes back to what you just said about all the kids. I mean, he laid it out there just like the rest of them. No quit in it. From start to finish, did the exact same thing. And that's what we've seen out of him all year. He should be very proud of himself this season.
Time for our TriCitiesSports.com Freeman Productions Defensive Player of the Game. By the way, TriCitiesSports.com, your local leader in all sports coverage. Since 2004, Freeman Productions, you got a road race, you got some kind of a charity event, some kind of concert. Call that man right there. That group can hook you up.
Yeah,
and they do a great job with sound video, by the way. I was at a church service a couple of weeks ago that Todd helped produce outside. Fabulous event there, and certainly enjoyed being there. So see him for that, and see me if you're interested in what we do at TriCitiesSports.com. The defensive player of the game tonight goes to a senior, another senior, a guy that did a phenomenal job tonight from his linebacker position, and he's done it all year. We don't have numbers on tackles and all those things here live, the defensive side of the ball. We just go on names called. A name we called tonight because he was all over the field was Andrew Myers.
Yeah, I mean, Myers played a good thing. And, Steve, you talk about this sponsorship first. Look, Tri-City Sports has been around now for a decade plus.
Almost 2 decades.
Almost 2 decades now. And you want to see high school sports in East Tennessee, and you want to read about them, and you want that next level information, go get you a subscription at TriCitiesSports.com. I mean, that's where I get my information and just great articles. He's got great reporters out there on the beat, and you'll see a great report about this game and all the other games this week. And so support TriCitiesSports.com and support your local businesses. But you go back to Myers. Just the motor that young man's had, and the motor he had tonight, and he got to the football, made some great plays, and out of the linebacker position, Michael, when you're playing linebacker and to be able to play the way you did tonight, when really there was a lot of times that their offensive line was beating our defensive line, and he was still finding ways to get off those blocks and make some tackles tonight and for loss and have a couple of big third down stops.
Yeah, he did, guys. I mean, he's one of those young men that if you want to teach your son how to play the linebacker position and how to do it the right way, he's one you could use as an example all day, every day. Just the way he goes about himself as an individual, the way he goes about himself on the football field as well. And I had the opportunity as I came off the field there to hug his neck and talk to him for a second, and made sure to let him know that he's made an awful lot of us old head linebackers that played here and even coached here proud through the way he's gone about himself over his years here, and tonight was just another example of that. Just a hard-nosed young man here to play ball and do it the right way.
Speaking of linebackers, everything we just said about Myers, we can say about Branson Carswell as well. The junior, he'll be back next year. Tonight he's our Appalachian Orthopedics Player of the Game. Todd pointed out a number of times Carswell was pretty much the last guy there. Or Bearden might have had some long runs for touchdowns, but congratulations to Branson Carswell. Those two guys will be the Dobyns-Bennett team leaders in tackles, Myers and Carswell. When it's all said and done, at the end of the year, they've led the team all year long. And Carswell, again, all over the field. And I think he forced a fumble tonight.
Forced a fumble.
And had a bunch of tackles as well.
Yeah, and what Branson did too, though, is what I saw out of him. We kind of talked about it. We went back and forth between Carswell and Myers, but what I saw the difference in Carswell is there's a couple of plays that we did not make that one-on-one tackle, and we had a guy, either a running back, a wide receiver, somebody get free, and you kind of gasp for a second, and then all of a sudden Branson Carswell shows up on the back end and was the last hope and stopped a touchdown, or this could have been a 28-6 type game. And what a great job by him, and just that's what you're looking at for out of a middle linebacker. And a lot of times it's that safety that saves it, but tonight, Michael, it was Branson Carswell that was really kind of the savior on the back end of this defense.
Yeah, it was, and I think that speaks a lot to Branson's ability, his ranginess, shall we say, as a linebacker, his ability to cover ground for a linebacker to be the one making those touchdown-saving tackles. I counted 3, maybe 4 tonight that were legit touchdown savers on his part, I felt like. He's a kid that he's just so versatile as a linebacker. He's physical, he's hard-nosed, he can stuff the run, but he can also get out in coverage. We've seen numerous tip passes this year, causing a fumble tonight. His motor never stops. You always find that young man around a football in some way, shape, or form.
And I think with Carswell, what you see, Steve, is a young man who in Pee Wee League, Little League, middle school, who played quarterback. He played on both sides of the ball, but he played quarterback, and I think as a middle linebacker, you see some of his smarts, his wits, and knows how to play. I think that has helped him as a middle linebacker as well. So talk about his athletic ability. I think his intelligence of the game really helps him as well.
Yeah, no question. Well, that'll do it here for 2022. 12 years in the book for me here on ESPN Tri-Cities. What a blessing it has been. And I tell you what, Todd, what a job by the newcomer on the team this year, but Michael Holt. It's kind of a weird year, though, because we didn't have a lot of road games. We really even haven't taken a road trip with Michael yet. Well, and I thought maybe that might get to happen next week. So, Michael, you got off the hook with the long road trips this year. But, man, we so much appreciate what you brought to the team this year. Just a tremendous job by you, and man, what an addition. We're blessed.
Well, guys, I really appreciate you saying that. I think the honor is definitely all mine. You guys do a fantastic job, and it makes me look a little better associate my name with y'all. So I appreciate that little opportunity. But no, I've enjoyed this more than anybody could imagine, really, getting back down on the field, being close to it, getting to know these young men, and they really make an impression on you, and you guys have as well. This has been a season I will not forget.
I'll tell Michael, he talks about it honors him and being associated. If he'd got to take some of the road trips that we know about, he might change his mind on that.
But they might not have him back for another year. No question about it.
But we'll take some road trips, I'm sure, next year. Michael, I'm glad to have you on this team, and hope you're on this team for many years to come.
Thanks, Todd. I really appreciate it. And I'll tell you what, as bad as it stings right now and as much as it hurts, already looking forward to it.
There you go. And we also want to give a huge shout out to all of our fabulous sponsors on ESPN Tri-Cities Radio all year that makes it possible to do what we do. You've heard them on the broadcast all year long. Man, if you're out and about in the community and you are going by those places of business, stop in. Give them some of your business. Go in and tell them how much you appreciate what they do and what they provide and what they allow us to do on ESPN Tri-Cities and bringing you Dobyns-Bennett football. I know a lot of you are out of town watching on the live stream or watching on the videotape later on YouTube, wherever it is. When you're in town, I know a lot of you come back in town. Jot those people down. Go back and say, hey, man, I live wherever. I live over here. I live in South Carolina. I talked to Blake Blizzard last week at a Tennessee tailgate party. He in South Carolina, he and his buddies come over and watch Dobyns-Bennett football in South Carolina each and every week, and he tells me how amazed his friends in South Carolina, seeing what they see and what is produced here at Dobyns-Bennett High School from the entire environment, the entire experience. And so good. It was good visiting with him last week. I meant to give that shout out earlier in the broadcast, but we were kind of busy calling.
The playoff game, you kind of lose those kind of things. But Steve, we was talking about in the broadcast. You started 12 years ago. I'm 20 plus years in this now, which is hard for me to fathom. But when we started this, we talked about being citywide. Matter of fact, we used to kind of joke when the sun went down, the power went down. We was like, well, we're definitely citywide now. But with the technology, with the live streams, with the apps for the radio and all that, we really have became worldwide. Yeah. And we've experienced that, and that's hard to fathom, and we're not able to do that without those sponsors. Yeah. And really, I mean, we're not doing this. If it's not for sponsors, we're not doing this. It's as simple as that. And they do it, yes, for the sponsorship, for the advertisement, but they also do it for the love of Dobyns-Bennett.
And the video part of it would not be possible either if not for Spivey, King & Spivey, the law firm here in Kingsport, general practice law firm focusing on criminal defense and family law issues. They've been around for 75 years, all over Northeast Tennessee. Whatever you need from them, whether it be criminal law, divorce, custody matters, business disputes, personal injury, workers' comp, construction, civil litigation, medical malpractice, Spivey, King & Spivey combines decades of trial experience in those matters with the energy and perseverance which you demand and are demanded in today's modern legal environment. Call Spivey, King & Spivey at 245-4185 to schedule an appointment if you need any of those services. And while you're down there, tell them you heard about it on YouTube. On YouTube,
on a live stream. And if you doesn't, even if you have a legal question, go see them, let them consult you and lead you in the way that you need to be led, and with all their experience and the law. But do appreciate them because they are a sponsor of ESPN Tri-Cities as well as the live stream. But do appreciate them, and not just the live stream, not just this, another sponsor that you just have no idea what they put in to help all of Dobyns-Bennett athletics.
And a final thank you to anybody involved in the Kingsport City School System, starting with temporary director, interim director, Dr. Chris Hampton. Okay, that's not going to be temporary, but interim.
I hope not.
Also, interim principal, Dr. Brian Tate. Hey, did you all know that Dr. Brian Tate actually used to write and report for TriCitySports.com? We're producing principals out there.
Yeah, there you go.
But also, thanks to Coach Joey Christian, his entire staff, the access they give us is second to none. And thanks to Sports Information Director and Assistant Athletic Director Jimmy Burleson, Athletic Director Coach Frankie DeBusk, Producer Wes Franklin. Everything you see today, all those screenshots, everything the cameras keep flipping around, that's Wes upstairs doing all that. And so we appreciate that very much. And a lot of this, too, falls on the shoulders of my man right here, Mr. Todd Freeman. You ought to see the equipment he brings to make all this possible. Even added this little backdrop here this week. We never stop here at ESPN Tri-Cities trying to kick it up a notch. Todd did it again tonight.
Well, I appreciate Steve, and I appreciate Scott Stevens back on the radio side. I mean, I'm a pest in everybody's side because I'm like going, can we not do this? Can we not do that? And can we not do that? And it has nothing to do with me. It has to do what we want to bring the best possible broadcast that we can to the fans. And if we stop doing that, then we're not going to be able to give what we can. And Steve, I tell you what, I've done this quite a bit now. I keep thinking, well, it gets longer and longer, but I tell you what, the only way I'm staying is if you're staying. And so as long as you're doing this, I'm riding with you because I tell you what, I wouldn't want to do it with anybody else.
Well, I appreciate that. Ditto to you guys. I look forward to 2023. I'll say that.
I will too. And do us a favor. I'll see you during baseball season, but go broadcast, root on, cheer on, and bring us back another back-to-back basketball championship. How about that?
I'll do what I can. I didn't have anything to do with that, but I'll do what I can. Okay?
No, but we enjoyed listening to you bring it to us.
Sounds good. Basketball season will begin in a couple of weeks. Stay tuned to social media. We'll have that schedule out there and see what games we can do here early part of the season as we move over to the Tribe Sports Complex over on John B. Dennis Highway for this year.
And do us a favor, and that has nothing to do with me. Like I said, I take basketball season off. Go support that basketball team at the Tribe Complex. I mean, it's a big deal that they don't get their home home dome to defend their state championship there, to hang that banner in that dome for Buck Van Huss. So as a fan base, really, look, the old Sullivan North, the new Tribe Complex, it is a wonderful gym to watch a basketball game. It was one of my favorites when I was in school. And so go over there. There's plenty of parking. It's easy to get into. It's easy to get in the gym. Great seats in there. Go support that Dobyns-Bennett Indian team.
They're doing a wonderful job in remaking that facility. Alan Green Photography's been over there about every week documenting the process. He sends me some pictures. So it's going to be a great venue to watch high school basketball. You're going to be right on the court. And it's going to be loud, and it's going to be a great, great place to watch Dobyns-Bennett Indian basketball in 2022 and 23. And then we'll be back here in J. Fred about March and start up some high school baseball.
It's always around that March 14th date, and I tell you what, excited about that team as well. And I tell you what, there's other sports going on. I mean, go watch the girls basketball and just support all Dobyns-Bennett Indians. And look, this is a wonderful, wonderful community, and it takes all that to have what we have. I mean, this place is second to none, and they're going to make the Tribe complex that way. And go thank somebody. Look, don't always turn out the way we want to be on the field, but we're going to keep striving and go thank these people that help bring all this to where you can come enjoy high school athletics. Because, Steve, you run TriCitySports.com. You know what high school sports means, and I'm telling you, there's not a better form of amateur athletics than there is in high school sports.
Right. Well, that'll do it here. And congratulations, too, by the way, the Bearden Bulldogs. Any Bearden fans that have sat through that.
Yeah.
Congratulations to you for your win tonight. Best of luck next week at Maryville.
Yes.
Somebody's got to stop those guys in the playoffs. We're going to be pulling for Bearden big time next week.
Knock them off. We have become Bearden Bulldogs fans. You're wearing the right colors close to them, and we're pulling for you, and appreciate you tuning in. I know you got it from a Dobyns-Bennett perspective, but we're glad you tuned in. And also thank you, NFHS, for letting us be the broadcast to because we had to get all that approved, and they were all excited about it. And thank the NFHS for letting us do this for you.
Well, I'll do it here. Final time at J. Fred Johnson Stadium in 2022. Final score: Bearden wins 14-6 over Dobyns-Bennett. Scott Stevens will have the final scoreboard up next. He'll have the results of all the first-round playoff action and get you set for Week 2 next week. For Todd Freeman, for Michael Holt, I'm Steve Wilmoth saying so long, good night, Enrolled Tribe. Thank you for listening and watching Dobyns-Bennett Indian football right here on ESPN Tri-Cities.